just came to party. It's obvious soon as we started. We going hard, you know about our shit. Flow's retarded, so if you love to party, go ahead, grab somebody, jump up and down, bang it, jump around. The sounds of OCDs just started.
Yo, let's tear the roof off this bitches. OCD, who's ready for the switches? Blatant. These boys ain't complacent. Shake the foundation, the seed in the basement. Part-time MCs, changing placement is obvious. Your efforts are wasting. Ask the question, who are you rating? Who blows up the party without the creating? OCD. Short for amazing, original ciphers, different directions, transient beings, cast no reflection. Still leave you sweating from heat in the session. Heads are spinning for facts that we mentioned. Cerebral load, lost with attention. How could it be? The power we manifest, lyrical advocates further the
double L, cerebrum, a sniper, the topless. You know that's me, I'm the dude with the hot shit. OCD, saying never gonna stop this. Bang your heads like you're stuck up in a mosh pit. Rock kids, mix it and rap, make the crowd go wild. DJ, pull it back. Lost kids, locked in the flats, open up closed doors when they hear this track. Sun is shining, the weather is sweet. You're listening to the sound of OCD.
We just came to party. It's obvious soon as we started. We going hard, you know about our shit. Flow's retarded, so if you love to party, go ahead, grab somebody, jump up and down, bang it, jump around. The sounds of OCDs just start. We just came to party. It's obvious soon as we started. We going hard, you know about our shit. Flow's retarded, so if you love to party, go ahead, grab somebody, jump up and down, bang it, jump around. The sounds of OCDs just started.
We make the realest kind of beats, embracing it. OCD's in the game to win it. You've had 21 seconds, let me roll for a minute. Jump up, roll around and get with it. Maximum boost to all MCs that kill it. Yo, this is how we live it. Only gravity can hold me down, that's the law of physics. Time to raise your spirits, more energy than nuclear fission. Bang heads all side of the kingdom, badder than bad on every system. Every fashion and style that I'm bringing. Collect like minds, lose its religion. Gain knowledge and build wisdom. OCD is the clip on a mission. Now listen.
Armageddon acolytes to simulate the function. Approach the crossroads, choose the next junction. New directions, which way you're turning. Record intentions, we'll watch the world burning. Allow me to distinguish proper spoken English. The real from the fake who'll be standing when we're finished. We extinguish the flames that have diminished. Treading through the ashes, it's time to bring it. Nothing less than savage, the damage we are causing. The impact is tragic, crowd is still applauding. Sound boys we're defrauding, the audio's marauding. Time for drastic measures, Babylon is falling. Nothing less than savage, damage we are causing. Impact is tragic, crowd is still applauding. Sound boys we're defrauding, the audio's marauding. Time for drastic measures, Babylon is falling. Recordings. Babylon is falling, falling. Nothing less than savage, the damage we are causing. The impact is tragic, crowd is still applauding. Sound boys we're defrauding, the audio's marauding. Time for drastic measures, Babylon is falling. Nothing less than savage, damage we are causing. Impact is tragic, crowd is still applauding. Sound boys we're defrauding, the audio's marauding. Time for drastic measures.
How do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Good evening, peasants. I'm Double L, he's Andy PG, you are the Ramish community, and this is...
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Back 2 weeks in a row. What do you know about that?
Shalom, Shmooly.
Shalom, Shmooly, say hello. And we've also got a special guest in the studio this week. Say hello, Joe Ward.
Yo, how's it going?
Good to have you back, mate.
Yeah, mate. It's been a while. About a year. Is that about a year?
I'm doing my yearly visit like I always do in January. But seriously, guys, it's really lovely to be here. Thank you so much for having me, as always.
Guys, give us a quick shout. Let us know what the audio's like on our voices, please.
Because like we said before, we're not using the audio gain. We want to make sure that we're all at a nice level. Let's have some feedback from the people in the live chat. Who have we got tuned in so far? Kieran D, Conan the Schwabarian. Yes, one of my favourite people at the moment. Look at that picture he's got for his profile picture.
Great handle name.
Conan the Schwabarian. Big shout out to Pamela Swan, our mod. Let us know how we're sounding, guys. Who else have we got here? Carl Rattigan, Bruce Townsley's tuned in. Legito Records or Legito Records, you're new. Yvonne, hello there. How you doing? Okay, we've got the cue that we're sounding good. We're back. It's Rise Above. This week we are having a live call-in customer services. We will let you know when the phone lines are open. There's 2 ways to contact us tonight. We have a phone patched in live to the Queefmaster Pro. I'm going to put the number on the screen when the thank you, King of Sting, saying the audio is sensational.
Sensual, Michael.
Oh, sensual. Like sexual chocolate.
Dirty bastard.
Yeah, so we've got a live phone line patched into the studio. You can call us on a regular call on WhatsApp, and you can also get hold of us on Skype as well. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. We'll let you know when the phone lines are open. So we are going to get more interactive tonight. That's the whole point in customer services. We want to hear from you. We want to know what's on your mind with the current topics that we've brought up in the last couple of weeks. We will be going a little bit deeper into some of those topics tonight. And yeah, if you just want to call up, maybe you want to complain about Rise Above. Maybe
you can call us tinfoil hat weirdos. You can call us anti-Semites.
Oh, love it.
Whatever you like.
More the merrier.
Whatever you like.
White supremacists, you know.
White supremacists, yeah.
All the good ones. So, okay, Darren Shevlin saying, yeah,
It's
quality
clearly
sound.
racist.
It usually is. It usually is.
Thank you, Keir Starmer.
Okay, so let's get the screen share on the go, as we normally do. Share that screen. Thank you very much. And let's see what's been going on in Rise Above Land. So last week, an awesome live show. Very, very pleased with the continuation of the MAGA dragon energy that we've had going on PG.
A lot of energy, mate.
A lot of energy. It was a firing show last week. And
We've had a few in a row, actually.
We
'cause
have,
we did
yeah.
a sick one with Sheep Farm Mark Devlin. That was really good.
Yep.
That was really
Check
good.
out Mark Devlin's channel for that. We
Yeah,
mentioned
guys,
that one
head
last
over
week.
to Mark Devlin. That was really good. We had got to the nitty gritty on that, didn't we? Even Mark, he was like, I'm not sure if I can release this on YouTube.
Yeah. So before that, we had Tim, the Sovereign Sailor, on, and this is all as like Trump's coming back. We've noticed a surge of clown energy, and obviously
Shout out to the Don.
Yeah, shout out to the Don. So last week, Daddy Dragon Graham Moore. Now, here's the thing. I personally think Graham was great. He dropped some serious bombs.
Wonderful guest.
Wonderful guest.
Beautiful, beautiful guest.
We don't agree with everything he says, but you know what? That's part of the melee. That's part of the magic of Rise Above. We can have people on that we don't agree with. We thrash it out. We have a little back and forth, but we're always respectful to each other. Yeah? So we check the comments. We always like to get some feedback. Some people are saying, "Oh my God, I just can't believe he said that." We had a lot of Graham's fans on as well, you know. And obviously, we did differ on some of our outlooks about what's going on.
I think
in the
it went in a
Peasantverse.
direction which Graham wasn't anticipating as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to do.
We did throw him a couple of curveballs.
Well, here's the thing. The first time he came on the show was actually an impromptu visit with Tim the Sailor, and he talked about the Constitution a lot there. So when I got him back on again, I didn't want to rehash all the same topics.
No.
I wanted to go a little bit deeper. So yeah, if you haven't seen last week's show, make sure you check it out. It hasn't been taken down yet, which is nice. Just to let everyone know, there are still a number of tickets left for the Rise Above Weekender, which is on the 8th of March at a hotel in Bournemouth. We've got Sheep Farm, Mark Devlin, a live podcast with a studio audience. I think we've got 225 tickets sold at the moment. That means there's about 25, 30 tickets left. And after that, we're having a fat after party with all your Ramesh favourites.
Word, I'm going to drop some dirty beats.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. It's going to be
The
sick.
problem is you're a fucking retard.
I have been speaking to okay, I tell you what, let me just put a QR code on the screen. If you haven't got your tickets for the Weekender, you can scan this QR code. The link is also in the description. Book it. Unfortunately, the hotel is fully booked, but the good news is there are loads of other hotels in the surrounding area, and they're quite reasonable as well. Great transport links. It's 5 minutes down the road from the train station, so there's no excuse.
There's a few hotels literally on the same road, same stretch of road.
There's loads of hotels in Bournemouth.
We wouldn't recommend the Britannia or the Roundhouse, though.
Okay, is that the ones that are hosting the Boatmen?
Yes, mate. Yeah,
Oh, right, okay. And there's also a kosher hotel across the road.
Oh, is there, Michael?
Yeah.
Oh.
Excellent.
Probably not a good idea to stay there if they know that you're coming to the Rise Above event.
I got a great comment here. Joe looks like a superhero. Is he protecting the studio tonight from Soviet Union survivor?
Oh, thank you.
Let's just get Joe on the big screen for a
Yeah,
moment.
scare up. Scare up.
Did you guys not know I'm actually Batman? I retired when Keir Starmer put the tax rate up.
Batman on remand. I like those shades. They're nice.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna be chatting to Joe a little bit more very soon. Let's just get some of our regular business out of the way. So get your tickets for the Weekender. Come and meet us in the flesh. Come and party and socialise with over 200 members of the Ramesh community. There's going to be exclusive merch on sale. Like I say, live podcast and a party. What more can you want? And it's right in Bournemouth Town Centre. Very easy to get to. A big shout to our sponsors. We have 2 different sponsors. One of them is Dr. Kimchi. Dr. Kimchi is a cryptocurrency which has been set up with one intention and one intention only: to raise funds to sponsor and fund practitioners that are fighting the big C, the CANCER, anti-big pharma doctors and practitioners. And the first lot of funding from Dr. Kimchi has gone out. How much have they? Do you know how much they've given away?
The last one was $60,000.
$60,000 they have currently.
That's just the last one.
That was just the first release. We're going to get a lot more details of this coming soon. I have been speaking to the Don today from the Dr. Kimchi team. They're doing great work, guys. And apart from that, wait a minute, let's just check on our kimchi. Have you looked at it recently?
I did. It's gone down.
It's gone down.
Yeah. It's like
That's
$78.
Well, yeah, because they've just given away $60,000. So
it was at 165 at one point.
So when they gifted us, we got like 333,000 coins each. They gifted it to us at $10, and
it's now worth 75.
Oh,
was it?
Let me just make that bigger so you can see.
Yeah, 78.
Worth $78. So just from
it was worth 165 until they gave away the $60,000.
So September last year we were given it, and it was worth $10. It's still worth 8 times more than it was last year. So it's a good investment, and obviously the money is going to a good cause. It's not some like Elon Musk pump and dump scheme. I can guarantee that. Who else is our other sponsors? Where have we got here? Liberty Silver Designs. Big shout out to Liberty Silver Designs. I am sporting the Rise Above pendant right here.
I have got my Ramesh pendant also here.
Lovely jubbly. Okay, so if you want to get gifts, invest in silver. Liberty Silver Designs is your one-stop shop. Big shout to King of Sting and Casey Connolly.
They're Ramesh guys. Support them.
We're supporting Ramesh people.
Buy some shit. It's good.
Casey and King
shit.
of are tuned in right now. King of says that I'm going to refrain from commenting on Joe's glasses.
I just put that comment.
Oh, right,
trying
did you?
to keep up, Michael.
Sorry, I didn't see that. Right, now here's the big one. The best way that you can support Rise Above is to sub to our Patreon. PG, how much work have we been putting into the Patreon recently?
Listen, right, if you're not on Patreon for $3.33 a month, you fucked up somewhere along the line. We're actually doing some... It's my favourite now.
It is, because we don't have any restrictions about what we can say.
It's my favourite. It's out there. We can say words we're not allowed to on here, but we can discuss topics at length and in depth. We had a great conversation.
Well, that's the thing.
Wednesday night, we had a great conversation, just me and Lars. It was about an hour, and we were talking about the actual reason the Soviet Union did what they did in 2020.
I haven't released this video yet. It's going to come out next week.
But we were actually getting down to the initial reason, the one thing that this would accomplish. And people might say, yeah, it was the stabby jabs, blah blah blah. It was digital ID, all of that. But we
came with a bit of a different angle on it. PG brought this big steaming pile of rabbit to the table, and it took us like an hour to chew through it.
Yeah.
The great thing about Patreon is that we get to, like, okay, let me put it like this. On a Friday night, we need to keep things quite entertaining, fast-moving, maybe not too detailed. People don't want to see us breaking down a particular piece of media on a Friday night. We keep it light-hearted and entertaining.
The knowledge gap between Friday night listeners is quite big as well. Some people don't know anything about the occult and just love us breaking down the media. Some people just want to hear us talking about child sacrifice and DEWs from the space stratosphere.
Ancient Talmudic energy weapons.
Yeah.
The problem is you're a fucking retard.
Apart from the exclusive content, you get a 10% discount off everything on the website. You get early bird tickets for events that are 33% off. And it's a great place for you guys to keep in contact with each other, because it's just like a social media page, but it's only got the Ramish community on it.
Let me tell you, unbelievable.
The number one way to support Rise Above. Okay. And obviously another great way to support us, let's just get this out of the way, is merchandise. I'm just going to put a link on the screen right now. We've got loads of merchandise, guys. At the event, there's going to be some new exclusive designs, which will not be available on the website until after the event is finished. And we do cut price merch at the events as well, because we buy it in bulk rather than have it made to order.
Shout out to our wonderful Ramish models here.
Yes. That's Kim and Martin and Virus Man there, actually.
That's right.
Yeah, brilliant. So, yeah, scan the QR
Shout out to
code.
Virus Man.
Yeah, we'd love
Old school veteran.
Do you remember the other day not the other day, the other week, or maybe late last year, we were just randomly talking about Virus Man. And he popped up in the chat. Yeah, it was very touching.
The simulacrum works in funny ways, Michael.
It certainly
Strange
does.
ways.
Last week, we put out a shout new members of the community to join the Rise Above team and help us with our production. And one of the things I needed help with was people to start making short clips, reels, and bite-sized chunks of Rise Above, because Slick Rick made loads, but you know he fulfilled his duty.
Mate, he's doing it for ages, man.
Yeah, and he's a professional editor. He gave us loads, but I still need more.
Literally, if we paid someone to be like thousands of pounds
Yeah,
worth
literally.
of his
He
time,
gave us thousands of pounds worth of his time to make those videos. So now we've got Lucy of Juicy and Lucy on the editing task. This is a meme they made after I gave them the symbols. So in the middle, I guess this is like in an ancient Egyptian sarcophagus, and this is their symbol for Juicy and Lucy, and they're shining the light through this staff down on the Full Metal Rabbit.
This is some Indiana Jones shit.
Yeah, some Indiana Jones shit. So expect to see more bite-sized videos, more reels coming. Big shout to Juicy and Lucy.
Shout out to our great moderators.
Yes.
Pamela Swan, we see you there, keeping an eye on everything chatty.
Absolutely. People were spamming the chat
We had
before
some
the show
fucking weirdo right in about half an hour before we went live. Some fucking freak in the chat.
We had
He's been
like
booted off.
Indian
honestly,
spammers or
serious spamming.
I do apologise, guys. Most people just call me Joe.
Oh, what, is it you? You made 2 different fake profiles before. Right, okay. Now, we've been running a couple of competitions, haven't we, PG?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, and we want to do a lot more competitions going forward. So the 2 competitions that we started last week and the week before, there was one on the live show and one on the Patreon. The one on Patreon was actually to give away one of these 2 small hard drive, which I've got here. I'll show you. It's just a small little hard drive. These ones weren't really up to scratch.
Stop downplaying them, Michael. They're fucking hard drives, yeah? It's just not what we want to be using here.
They were,
initially. But they're quite good to be given away for free.
Yeah, we give them away for free. They're going to be packed with the meme archive, all of the original Rise Above memes, hundreds and hundreds of memes, and also music and music videos. Has anyone noticed I've been playing some new tunes?
Yeah, I like it.
At the start of the show. That's all original music from me and some groups that I've been involved with over the years. And I'm putting all of that onto these hard drives as well. So I'm just going to read out the winners. There are 2 to give away. These are both from the Patreon page. Let me just get to my notes here.
You have to be a peasantron peasant to subscribe to our competitions.
So basically, they had to share a piece of Rise Above media with a recommendation on their social media pages and take a screenshot and send it to me. The 2 winners are Dirt Road Farm and Sam from Art Salad. Coming to you soon is a meme archive hard drive. Michael, including all of the music and music videos. So well done to you. Okay, so that's competition number 1. The winners once again are Dirt Road Farms and Sam from Art Salad.
I'm hearing rumors that you're locking people up for posting memes.
Let's get the chat back on the screen. Now, we also got sent this book, New Age Blood Libel, The Devil in Houston. Joe, you've been tasked with reading this book over the last week, haven't you?
And read it, I have.
Did you actually complete it?
I said
That's a clear no. That's clearly a no.
I got as much through it as I could.
Excellent. We're going to talk about it in just a minute.
You motherfuckers. Like, last time I read the Lucifer's book last year. You didn't read a page of it.
I just didn't have time.
Come on, Michael.
It's not like I've got a whole show to plan or produce here.
I think the thing is as well, sometimes with these books, you want them to give evidence, and then Lance will send it to you 10 days before you're set to come on the show, and you're like, shit, there's loads of evidence. Like, you know, no, it's a wonderful book, though.
Okay, now, we did a competition. We have 10 copies of this to give away. 5 are still on their way to me. I'm going to tell a little story about this. I'll announce the winners first, then we'll talk about the book. So to enter the competition from last week, what you had to do was basically sign up to the Patreon for only £3, and you got entered into the draw to win a copy of this book. So let me read out the winners from Patreon, the new people that have joined Patreon in the last week. The book winners are, and I'm not going to dox people with any full names here, I'm going to use your screen name or just your first name. Simon, Sarah, Stocksy, Lizzie, Dead Star Cave Girl, Mark, Chris, Justin, Jim, and the Peasant Whisperer.
The Peasant Whisperer.
Yeah, that's a
great
sick
handle.
Sick handle.
Far right, folks.
So big shout to those guys. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, 10 winners. I will message you on Patreon, and I will get the address off you, and a copy of this book is going to be on its way to you. Let's just get the book up on the screen.
King
here.
of
One
Sting
sec.
here has come out with a comment. I read a book once. Was shit. Well, mate, you're obviously not reading the correct occult doctrine.
What book did you read? Okay, so this book
It's
is
some fucking Enid Blyton. Like,
Did someone just say I'm grounded if I don't read the book
you are,
right?
what we got here? You go. What is this? Right, read it now, Joe, or you're grounded, young man.
Who's that from Sniper Mike UK? Big shout to Sniper Mike UK.
I apologise.
Right, so I'm just going to give it a little intro into how we actually came to have 10 copies of this book. I was contacted, I reckon about 3 or 4 months ago on the email, completely random email out of nowhere, from a lady called Alice. And
Who the fuck is Alice?
she is working on behalf of D.R. Gora, who wrote this book. And they first of all
Just
sent
this
us...
weird email that we got.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
remember?
yeah.
You remember? And
Yeah.
we actually hinted about
Yeah,
it.
we did, yeah.
Online, and I was like, okay, well, we better do a bit of investigation before we sort of reveal all this. And they said, look, we have chosen Rise Above as the only podcast that we're going to send an early excerpt of this book from.
That's an honorary.
We did feel honoured. They sent us one chapter and one chapter only. And the reason they chose this chapter and the reason they chose us is because the chapter was about Al Gore. Now, as you can see, D.R. Gora, it looks like Dr. Gora. It looks a bit like Gore. This is a pen name. But the author, it turns out, is actually distantly related to the Gores, shares a name with them. And the reason they chose Rise Above is because they'd heard us mention Al Gore a lot, and they thought that we had a bit of a better understanding as to the importance of how Al Gore plays into this. Now, I'm just going to point out straight away. Obviously, when we say Al Gore on the show, we use that as Ramish slang for the algorithm, the Al Gore rhythm.
You have to dance around the algorithm, so we use the term Al Gore.
Now, what also happened is I know that Sheep Farm came on and they did one of their epic digs, and they were talking about...
It was like 2.5 hours.
It was a 2.5 hour dig into Al Gore about how actually influential he is, not just in the whole climate change shenanigans.
He's the king of climate change.
The king of climate change, but it's also to do with the internet. And so they were linking it with the algorithm. We did a whole 2.5 hour show about it with Sheep Farm. So they contacted us and sent us the one chapter, which I had a bit of a read of. And it turns out that this person, D.R. Gora, has actually gone deep into the archives and found out that, yes, they are like distantly related to Al Gore. But not only that, they found some pretty detailed accounts of not how just Al Gore's sort of family back in the 1600s was involved in the slave trade, but actually instrumental in the ships bringing the slaves over.
Physically getting them here.
They were working for the East India Company.
It's like your East India Trading Company. So he's logistics. Logistics.
Yeah, basically human cattle logistics. So yeah, they said, look, we'd like you guys to read it first, and if you could promote it on the show. So I read that most of that chapter, and yeah, they've done their homework. D.R. Gora has done their homework, and it certainly seems that Al Gore's family they're basically like knights of the realm, working for the British Empire at a very, very high level. They've got their name against at least 50,000 slaves being translated. Yeah, imagine how many boats that is. What an undertaking.
That's a lot of reparations, Mr. Gore.
Yeah, that's a lot of reparations.
Get that wallet out.
And the kicker is that when Al Gore was talking about all the climate change stuff, he was often comparing it to slavery. And it's like a weird comparison, but obviously that's super hypocritical, because his family were basically not just slave traders. They didn't just have a plantation and own slaves. They were working right up there with the East India Company and the British Empire in the massive transportation.
So they were probably acquiring them, shipping them around.
Yes. Yeah.
And maintaining
and
the
maintaining
peasant,
them.
the structure of the peasants.
Yeah, and obviously this is and the rest of the book is a personal account. Now, Joe, you've read a lot more of it than me. What else is going on in this book, and you know, what's it bringing to the table? Why should people have a go on it?
Well, the first thing I want to bring up is obviously you're talking about slavery and the kind of way that it goes back through the sort of history of human trafficking. And I think, like, in terms of Al Gore and that kind of stuff and the connections within it, I think it really goes to show, the book especially, that right now we are looking at these issues as like a black versus white issue, but throughout throughout history, this issue of human trafficking has been masked through, behind many different curtains and throughout many different societies, and the way that it's all interwoven. And what I really, really like at the heart of this book is that the author really wasn't afraid to kind of tackle issues. For one, she talks about how a lot of survivors are targeted because of issues that they may have that in some cases might be seen as like special needs, i.e. autism, ADHD, those kind of things. In fact, there's not really many corners that the author doesn't or isn't really afraid to go into in this book. But yeah, I mean, just touching on what you've said there, the human trafficking element of it and how it's through history kind of been distorted under many different masks is a theme that really, really plays into this book. And most recently, I remember taking it to Al Gore, and I remember somebody once saying to me that climate change is primarily one of the reasons behind climate change is to keep Africa in the slums and poor. And it's just strange. All these years later, things are coming full circle in a book like this, and even some of the things that these operations are hidden behind it's crazy. I remember when I came on this show 2 years ago, I talked about how this was like a spider's network and it reached into all these different areas. And what's really great about this author as well is how she talks about how she doesn't necessarily come from an overly religious background. And I've been saying for years about how it's really important for people who aren't necessarily from religious backgrounds. Sometimes it very much stopped me talking about certain elements of my abuse for many years. And so I actually found the book quite, although of course these subjects are always disturbing, I found it in a way as a survivor kind of heartwarming to know that it wasn't just me. I think another thing I said to you guys is SRA in particular, satanic ritual abuse, has a way of making you feel crazy. And I think that this author does a really great job, probably a better job than I did when I bought you guys all my colourful notes and was just like throwing pieces of paper everywhere.
We love that, mate.
That's off the cuff, man.
That's like a brainstorm rabbit hole session. That's what it's all about.
What's that meme where the guy's like in front of the whiteboard with all the...
Oh, yeah, he's trying to explain things. Yeah.
You know, and you feel like, and as I've said to you guys before, even off air, you know, when you've suffered this kind of abuse, you feel like a crazy person. They make you feel like that. So to read it in the pages of this book was just, as a survivor, it really touched me. I would say as well, it's always struck me as crazy how different victims of SRA from around the world have these similar stories with these similar details. Many of us have reported what has happened to us, yet it continues to be brushed under the carpet. And when the author starts getting into, some of the evidence and the way that they're gaslit, it makes me angry, and it makes you want to do something. So yeah, the book is a really emotional read, I would say, for anybody that's willing.
Because it's literally a personal account, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you're going to get details in there that aren't for the faint-hearted. It goes very much to, you know, the things that we've talked about previously, you know, very much the barrels of SRA and everything in between, and also how it touches on some of the newer ages in terms of protests, how these things are infiltrated, and different things like that. It was a really, really interesting read.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that's just wondering, I'm actually going to read out the synopsis on the back, because it's not just about the author's link to historic slavery. It's not just about being gaslit and stuff like this. So check this out. In 2017, a guided meditation became the opening through which a malign spirit entered the author's life. Its possession of her body left her in terrible pain, both physical and emotional, as well as partly out of her own control. In her desperate search for help in the spiritual community of a major city, which I guess is Houston, she was drawn into the world she never expected. D.R. Gora became a survivor of occult ritual abuse. New Age Blood Libel is a remarkable story of an autistic woman and her experiences in a world of spiritual darkness where she was used, abused, and deceived by people from whom she sought help. Her journey took her into the hands of practitioners of magic rituals who sought to use her to further their own spiritual advancement. The price of their advancements was her soul and her life. She also made the startling discovery that those who practice occult ritual abuse may hide, listen to this, may hide behind social justice causes, preserving a veneer of helping the community while instead causing harm.
Hashtag Novaflip.
Yeah, great example. Appropriating the culture of indigenous and black people, these practitioners deceive the vulnerable by spinning a narrative that draws them in and distorts their beliefs and values. In her raw emotional account, D.R. Gora lays bare the truth not only about what was done to her, but about the real intentions of these social justice pretenders. And I know she talks about Black Lives Matter in this book as well. This was the story of her journey towards freedom and safety and what she has learned along the way.
Wow.
Yeah. I am going to carry on reading this book because
I've got a copy at home, Michael.
And here's the thing. In it, they have like all the receipts as well, including like screenshots of the letters from these psychologists and stuff that were basically, you know, either gaslighting her or abusing her as she was uncovering this stuff.
And that's the thing, when you see the evidence, I think I sent you a voice note, didn't I, earlier in the week when I was halfway through the book. And I was sort of saying to Lance, like, the evidence and the screenshots makes you want to go back and then read almost the paragraphs again, because you almost can't believe what you're reading, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah, people are asking, where is this book available? Kieran D is asking. Basically, mate, just Google New Age Blood Libel, D.R. Gora. It's not on Amazon, but there's a couple of sort of smaller, more independent book distributors that are selling it online, and you can get a copy of it. So I'm just going to remind you, we've got 10 copies of this, and we are posting 10 of them out to the people that joined our Patreon last week, which is Simon, Sarah, Stocksy, Lizzie, Dead Star Cave Girl, Mark, Chris, Justin, Jim, and the Peasant Whisperer. I think the Peasant Whisperer deserves an extra prize.
Yeah,
for sure. Just for that name.
Yes.
What are you doing there? Have you posted a video?
No.
Oh, right. No, someone sent us a video of them watching Rise Above on Facebook. Yeah. So, listen, here's a great little plug here. Anyone else that's producing books, media, products that are going to be interesting to our community, then please send me an email. If you want us to promote it, send us a couple. We'll give them away in a competition. We'll review whatever the products or book or whatever it is on the show.
We don't want any new age fucking sit on a cloud and meditate shit, though. Don't any of that.
Oh, no.
We don't want any of that.
Straight to the point.
No.
Andy PG.
None of that's going on here.
What about
You're errant, which means you're a problem. That's awesome.
Thank you, Jason Brashears. Hashtag okay. Stop.
So it gets a thumbs up from you, Joe.
Absolutely. One thing I would suggest, as I said, is to potentially, if satanic ritual abuse, SRA, or the more depraved side of child abuse is not something that you've encountered previously, or not something that you've had a good chance to research into, maybe go and do a little bit of research before you hit the book, so you know you can kind of follow along a few of the bits of what's going on. But if you're already, as many of your listeners are, experienced in these things, you're going to pick the book up and you're not going to be able to put it down.
I probably should have said something before, but well, it's not like we've been reading passages of it on the show, but I was given a warning by my contact that sent me the book saying, please tell your audience, like, this is not for the faint-hearted.
So
it's
what
not
you're
for people with a weak stomach.
So
There's graphic, gory details in this book.
Essentially, what you're saying is this isn't a book for drag queen story time for children.
I don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe they do read really terrible stuff to the kids at drag queen
I'm
story time.
just trying to get a gauge of this.
Every year I come on this show, and every year I get chased by a drag queen online and get hate.
Do you?
What, because you've been on this show?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, do you remember last year we were talking about that ADHD person? I don't want to say the N word that was going around the schools reading the things, and then ended up she was talking about orgies or something. In front of the kids.
That was her stage. Here was all her stage name.
Yeah.
Ada HD.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I do remember this. Yeah.
It had basically Ada had been visiting different schools and reading to the kids, and it turned out that they had a previous conviction, but previously been cautioned, let's say, for speaking to underage boys about orgies. So
I've noticed a bit of a pattern emerging there.
It just goes to prove that you can basically get away with being a pedo as long as you're trans.
Mate, it's legal.
Is that
It's
fair
quite
to say?
literally legal.
I mean,
so long as you're not white.
I mean, there's been a recent case, hasn't there, in America where somebody's blamed when a trans. I have to be. Sorry, this messes with my mind, so I have to be making sure I'm getting this right. But it was a trans boy who had turned into a girl, who had raped another girl, and then the mother had basically defended her son/daughter by saying that the person should have seen the signs. And again, I put out a post saying, doesn't this whole negate the whole thing of rape? Aren't we supposed to be not blaming victims? But this is the thing.
Clearly racist.
I think one of you guys, I can't remember, I think it might have been you, Lance, put out a post about the left not being able to meme. And this is the problem. These guys just eat themselves. They go round and round in circles. I was having a conversation with a wonderful lady called Vicky Nash, actually, earlier in the week. And she said to me, this is the problem with these guys, is they go so much round and round in circles that they end up eating themselves. So yeah, sorry for going off on a tangent there.
We love tangents.
A left wing
Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, Joe. Funnily enough, this is a great segue because the meme that you're talking about, I've actually got on the screen now, and it was my next slide after the book. So we've segued there like really smoothly. So this person on X has said, memes require a keen understanding of reality. The left could meme if they wanted to, but they would have to embrace reality and thus no longer be the left. It's not that the left can't meme per se, it's that their viewpoints rely on a carefully constructed denial of reality to a greater extent than any of the cults or religions that they seek to supplant. This doesn't lend itself to simple, easily conveyed messages, because if you rely on your viewers to see things as they are, without providing several layers of carefully selected context, they'll interpret it the wrong way. The left can't meme because memes are the antithesis of how they communicate.
Mate, it's very apt.
But just taking it back to what Joe was saying, okay, they're using the term the left, right? I would actually not just say the left.
I'd call them liberals.
I would say like the far extreme,
absolutely
leftist, cultural, Marxist, NPC
but
mindset.
You can have somebody who's a bit left, can't you?
And that still defends the stuff that Joe just said.
Yeah, basically. But then you've got this liberal fucking fascism where you have to. They actually get angry if you don't have their mindset, if you don't agree with what they're saying. How many people are making videos, I've seen them online, of people, trans people who are angry making videos because somebody misgendered them in a fucking restaurant
it's
or some shit like that, and they get very angry and defensive about it. That's what there's a line between that. You got left, far left, and liberal fascism, which I think is the when you go so far left, that's what you come to.
Well, yeah, it's like they call it the horseshoe effect, where you sort of go so far left that you meet up with the far right.
Almost
down at the
first.
bottom.
You can see the far right from the far left, but you're not quite there.
But Joe, how does it get so far that people can literally be apologists for trans rape and stuff like that? How did we get to this point?
I think, it comes really down to the fact that you can't make sense out of nonsense. And like I said, what happens is when they put out a statement, a ridiculous statement, like, that a man is a woman, like, you can have that within your perception. Like I've said, if you want to do that, that's absolutely fine. But as soon as you start stepping over into other people's perception, you're going to start getting pushback. Now, what's happened seems to have happened in society as a whole now is like people are just afraid to call this shit out. And we saw a lot of this. I think the start of this was to do with the old what happened 5 years ago when we all went into the. Am I allowed to talk about the lockdown now?
You can say lockdown as long as we don't talk about
the Britney Spears concert being the initial medical procedure which took place.
I think that was a big thing for people all of a sudden stopping to question anything, and this insanity has kind of almost snowballed, and it's gone from actually now I'm not going to share an opinion to I'm just not going to call out absolute ridiculousness. And the thing is when the good thing I think that's happening at the moment in society is when somebody is actually pushing back, people are jumping on that as well. But yeah, it goes around in a circle, and these people they eat themselves, because you can only get away with saying ridiculous stuff for so long,
I think they can't. My wonderful Ramish wife Becky has just messaged me saying you can't have nonsense without nonce.
That's the saying.
So she's not here in the studio, guys, but she's cracking jokes for you. Joe, just getting, I'll chime in on what you've been saying there. And I think the reason that people are quiet about this and not kicking up so much of a stink as they would back in the 80s, 90s or whatever, or early 2000s, is because we've got this cult now of you have to accept people that are different. And I mean, what is this? They're pushing for the MAPs now. They're calling it. They're saying it's a medical condition. We need to be compassionate towards people that want to fuck kids.
Absolutely.
I remember.
What they are actually trying to.
I was sharing TED talks
That's right.
about this many years, even before Rise Above.
I remember. I saw it on your social media.
And I said on Facebook probably about 2015 or 2016. Believe it or not, we're getting very close to them trying to normalise and legalise paedophilia. And people laughed at me, and I said, well, look at this. And I had people literally jumping on, defending the left-wing professor. What they were saying is that we should like try and help them. And not treat them like criminals. We need to try and
understand why.
Yeah, we need to understand.
And be sympathetic towards it. But I think what's dangerous here, that's dangerous on its own, and it's dangerous that basically calling everyone a racist who doesn't accept a certain mind view of a very small minority, let's be honest. But I think the two coupled together, where you've got these people pushing for sympathy and everyone saying, like...
But it's all part of the
calling
same
everyone
thing.
a racist or anti-trans or anti...
Well, calling someone shutting down someone that says that men dressed as women shouldn't be in the women's bathroom or shouldn't be reading, stories to kids. Shutting them down and calling them a transphobe is exactly the same as someone that's having a valid argument about weaponized George Soros immigration and just shutting them down and calling them a racist. It's the same defense mechanism.
I would argue legitimate trans people have been weaponized.
Well,
they've jumped on the bandwagon, and now they've been lumbered in with this mixture of these perverts who want to be in women's spaces,
absolutely terrified,
and read fucking stories to kids dressed as a drag queen.
But there are also plenty of trans people that have seen all this happen and now don't want to be seen under a rainbow umbrella.
No, but unfortunately, they're tarnished with the brush by the majority.
We've been having chats with one of them on Patreon.
Yeah. Shout out to Nix.
Yeah,
there is a growing amount of people, I believe, that I've spoken within the gay and lesbian communities that are getting absolutely fed up of being lumped in with these people.
And then you've got like the absolute debauchery of what the Pride month has turned into, where you've got these big corporations now like bowing down to it as well. And at the same time, you've got people doing the most fucking disgusting shit at some of these parades and stuff like that. Twerking in front of kids and you know, it's not. It's clearly morally incorrect, but the people are scared to talk about it because you're going to get deemed a racist, especially if you're working for one of these corporations who are on board with all this shit, because you might lose your job.
Absolutely.
If you make a post on social media, you could end up in jail now here in the UK. Like, for fuck's sake, let alone lose your job or whatever.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen the true folding of this country by any standards. I do not care what the circumstance, what the special circumstance of the situation or the case may be.
Joe, I will never be sympathetic to somebody who's an adult who wants to fuck a kid.
But when that same person can offend against a child and walk out of court that day, and as you say, somebody can write a mean tweet to somebody, or a tweet that is common sense, i.e. that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, and can be prosecuted for that.
Check this out.
Fucking absurd.
Imagine a time when it will, like, people like all ourselves sit in this room, us three, we know that a trans woman, so that's a biological male masquerading as a woman, is not a woman. When is it going to be deemed misinformation online to actually say that?
Well, it would have been if things hadn't changed last week.
Yeah.
And we'll be talking more about that later. We were covering this on last week's show and in Patreon this week.
Because they could actually start deeming that as misinformation just because you're not on board with their liberal fascism bandwagon.
Right. I'm just going to rewind a little bit here because I've actually found the article which Joe brought up and started this conversation with. So here it is. I wasn't going to show it because I thought maybe this is better for Patreon, but we just started talking about it anyway.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes there's a few subjects I leave to Patreon, but we can do it. So, mother of Loudoun County bathroom rapist blames victim. She said, "You're 15. You can reasonably defend yourself." Like, what? So the mother of a skirt-wearing boy who was convicted of raping a 9th grade girl in Loudoun County school restroom. So let's just stop there. Raping in the girls' toilet, which is exactly the example which people bring up, the working example, and they get shot down for being bigots or right-wing or transphobes for talking about who's going in whose bathroom.
It's clearly racist.
Yeah, and racist. So this boy that wears a skirt has gone into the school toilets, rapes a 9th grade girl, and the mother of the boy is saying the victim was to blame for being assaulted because she did not make stronger attempts to defend herself
against the girl that is actually the boy. Now you're sort of understanding what my issue was with this. You know, it's just it's unbelievable to me that we've gone in full circle from what was supposed to be the same people who campaigned for believe the victim, believe the survivor, that these same people are now saying, well, if that person, if that offender happens to be trans, which somebody could decide tomorrow by these same people's definition that they're in fact trans, that all of a sudden now we don't believe the victim.
It's not just we don't believe the victim, we actually defend the perpetrator.
Shocking.
And throw the victim in jail.
Yeah, but I mean,
or sue them for defamation.
As clownish and disgusting as this story is, I mean, obviously we have it on the screen, but let's just take a moment. Let's just take a moment to see what the mother of the rapist looks like, the one who is defending the raper and saying that the victim should have defended herself better. Look, they're literally wearing a rainbow mask. They're clearly some sort of like Antifa type lesbian, and with all those badges on, probably saying, you know, fuck fascists, fuck Trump, and that's definitely going to say Black Lives Matter, isn't it?
Probably a dude.
Black.
It's probably a dude.
God. This is from Tucker Carlson's team.
Full member of the Christian Reich, though. Tucker Carlson.
No, absolutely mental. So yeah, maybe that's, you know, if you can look at this situation and think that, and side with that person there that's making that argument about their rapist son, then you probably can't meme either.
Raw.
Nice.
Yeah, good one. So, Everyone's familiar with the term "the left can't meme," right? Because
Absolutely.
that's what this is from. Has someone just bought some tickets?
2 tickets, Michael, to Rise Above in the Flesh.
So that's 2 more tickets to the event just sold. Big shout to everyone that's supporting us. Oh shit! Do you know what I forgot to do?
What's that, Michael?
I forgot to announce this week's competition, Michael.
Well, let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Right, so everyone knows that recently we have been compiling every piece of Rise Above media that's ever been created. Every live show, every video that I did that's been taken down off the internet, all the videos on the road, all the interviews, everything, all the music videos, all the memes, everything. And we've actually been compiling them on hard drives. Now, these hard drives, they actually cost like 60 quid each to buy. I buy the absolute beast 2 terabyte hard drives. Look how big and heavy. Look how big and heavy that is.
They're heavy, guys.
Yeah.
They're heavy.
Now, I've been selling these for £100. It takes me about 3 days to make one of these because it's over a terabyte of rawish information.
We've tried to look into a different way of doing this, but Lance has just got to suck it up.
I just got to suck it up and do it. Like I say, we've sold 5 of these so far at £100 each because it takes a lot of work to get it all on there. We're giving this one away. We are giving this hard drive away, people. And the way that you can join the competition, the way you can enter the competition, rather, is you have to subscribe to our Patreon. We're going to run this competition for 2 weeks. The winner who will get this hard drive that will be signed by Andy, PG, and myself. Let's open it up.
Should we sign it now?
Yeah.
Let's sign it live on air.
I've actually got. Let's just get the peasant cam here so people can see us signing it. Let me just get that cam up 1 sec. Remember, to enter the competition, join up our Patreon. So you even get a certificate of raw authenticity signed by myself to say this is an original Rise Above hard drive. Just going to get it out so it's really heavy. And I have a silver Sharpie marker pen right here. Signed by myself.
You can actually hear that being signed, Michael.
Live on air.
Live on air.
We do this on Patreon often.
You've got 2 weeks to enter this competition. We will be announcing the winner on Friday the 31st of January, which is our next live show in 2 weeks. It's going to be a pirate radio show. We've got Magix and Gritty booked in.
Yeah, boy.
We're also going to have a set from you with this new genre of music you've been mixing.
That's right.
Yes, can't wait for that. And we're also going to be joined by Inspector Veg.
Is Veg in the studio?
Not in the studio, I'm afraid.
No.
No, he's going to be chatting with us in the break. Yeah, so this hard drive has been signed. The winner will be announced next week in 2 weeks' time. Yeah, we're going to have Veg not live in the studio, but on the show. And we're going to be revealing the Rise Above remix of his latest tune, which is Bird's Eye Baby Mums. So we're very excited about that. Magic.
Played it twice here last week on the show, Bird's Eye
We
Baby
played
Mums.
the original video, but the exclusive Rise Above remix is going to be coming in 2 weeks with Magic.
Yo, it's Mr. Traumatic and you're locked into the Rise Above podcast. Big up all my multi-dimensional entities. Question everything.
Thank you, Mr. Traumatic.
I'm waiting to hear back about when we can get Traumatic on as well. Okay, so yeah, join the competition. Sign up to the Patreon. It's only £3. Even if you just sign up for 1 month and then cancel it, it's worth it to enter the competition.
Don't promote that.
I'm not going to promote it. Listen, no one's signing up to the Patreon.
Listen,
and
guys,
cancelling it.
when you see the content on there, when you see what we've been talking about, you're not going anywhere.
It would take you more than a month to get through the backlog of the content that's already on
Again,
Patreon.
guys,
I think
if
we've got
you're-
90 posts.
Okay, if you're on Peasantron, guys, right, me and Lance are going to be releasing some multiple pay-per-view, link-only presentations, and you're going to get a discount if you're on Patreon for all of those.
Yes. And they're so spicy we can't even put them on Patreon. So, let's have a look at the Schwab board, which we've been using in the last...
Schwab's board.
The Schwab's board, that was it. We've been using this Schwab's board the last couple of weeks to sort of structure the show a little bit better. So, what have we got through so far?
It's nice for the peasants to see what we're going to be talking
you
about.
can see that I've been planning things, you know. We've done the competition winners from last week. That's sorted. We've also announced the new competition to win the hard drive, which will be announced. We'll be announcing the winners in 2 weeks' time. And once again, the link is in the description, or you can scan this QR code to join the Patreon. Thank us later. You will enjoy it, I promise.
It's 9 o'clock, guys, here in the UK, GMT. 270 peasants currently tuned in. Share the stream, guys. Yeah, share it to you now.
Should we think about opening the phone lines for a couple of calls shortly?
Yeah, let's do it. Why don't we go for 9:15?
Okay, yeah, we'll open we'll open the phone lines.
We'll
at
have another
9:15.
15 minutes of waffle.
A good waffle.
Okay.
I do like a good waffle, actually.
I think we should probably, because of what we've just been talking about, I think we should probably start off the chat with the subjects that we did talk about quite a lot last week, but there's a lot more meat to go on the bone. It is the Muslimic ray guns or the grooming gangs.
You have stolen my childhood.
Great sample, very fitting. Okay, so yeah, we covered this last week. It's a huge story in the UK right now. It's a huge story in the UK. It's got our prime minister involved.
It's peasant bait.
It's gone over the pond. Enki Musk has been chiming in. Now, Joe, this is something that you wanted to talk about tonight as well. You said, is it okay if we talk about the grooming gangs?
Absolutely. I think that personally, for myself as a survivor, there's been a lot of talk and news and interviews and different pieces of information released. And I just feel like as a survivor that there's no one really who's represented my voice. And I've also had a lot of emails from victims and survivors who also don't feel like that they've had their voice represented. So I felt like I said to you guys, obviously whenever something like this happens, the mainstream media, that they reach out to different people to get different takes. And I've actually refused a few interviews this week, so it was nice knowing.
Who have you refused interviews for?
So I'm allowed to say, aren't I? Fuck it, who cares? Let's do it. It's rise above. Hashtag rise above. So the Sun newspaper, it was one of them. Not that I would speak with them anyway, but I got I got an email from them around about a week ago that they were released, that they were basically doing a story on this to put pressure on the government to do this so-called inquiry, which we all know. I mean, a survivor called Alan Merritt said something to me a couple of weeks ago talking about inquiries, where he said, his generation, the failures of the inquiries of his generation led to the abuses of my generation, and the fact that my generation was ignored has led to the abuse of the next generation, and this will just keep on going and keep on going. These inquiries, you can't operate within a broken system. We know this, and do we trust the people at the helm of these inquiries? This is supposed to, even if Sir Keir is to say, okay, let's have a national inquiry.
It's got 9/11 inquiry all over it.
Soviet Union inquiry.
Yeah.
Are there survivors out there who really, whose mind that is really going to put at rest? Because I know it doesn't put my mind at rest. I also feel like there's a big push from the mainstream media to make this again a far right issue, and turning this into, are they Pakistani grooming gangs? Are they
Far right thugs.
Far right thugs.
Listen, I'm going to stick my foot far right up your ass.
When survivors like myself, who we've been talking about this for years, organised paedophile networks in this country. I spoke about it the first time that I came on this show. I was abused by a man who was involved in selling child pornography. This pornography went out to people of all different colours, all different creeds, all different religions. This wasn't necessarily a Muslim issue. When it comes to paedophilia, and when it comes to this, it's not a sickness, it's a fucking depravity. But there is no religious allegiance. There is no colour allegiance. It doesn't matter whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're ginger to a paedophile. These people protect each other because they have a pact of silence. They have a pact of sickness amongst one another. And that goes across all religions. But that's not what the mainstream media want to hear. I actually decided I would do an interview. A reporter from the Daily Mail got in contact with me, and I wasn't going to do it. And do you know what tipped me over? Actually, I know you're giving me a really disapproving look, but you know what tipped me over? Actually, was the recent COVID.
Whoa! We've got to stop you there with the C word, Joe.
Sorry, the recent articles that they've been releasing about people who have been injured by coincidence.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because the Daily Mail have been posting that.
I figured to myself, while it's there, might get a chance to spread some truth.
But this is part of the ritual still from 2020. Is then the unveiling of it. It's part of it.
Absolutely, and we know that that's because there's again another quote unquote inquiry that's going on. That is some of this information is going to come out. So what's always the cult's best tactic to get ahead of these things? Put out those stories that make them look like they're trying to do something. But when it really comes down to it, it was all for the greater good.
Let's be honest. Are we going to see Matt Hancock in jail? Are we going to see Chris Whitty in jail?
Absolutely.
Are we going to see Boris Johnson in jail? Come on.
Are we going,
Hillary Clinton's still walking around the fucking streets.
A lot of the children who won't get their childhoods back, won't get their school time back, won't get those... those relationships forged within that time, those so important formative years.
One of the guys I work with, his lad is still waiting for the backlog of driving shit for like the DVLA to do his test, pass his test, some shit.
Right.
Like they just said like they've got such a backlog.
Everything has a backlog.
Everything's you got.
I want to rewind a little bit because I agree with everything you just said, Joe, but. Not that I agree with the mainstream framing of this, but if this story, if it's true, does actually have a unique racial element, and it's not just the perpetrators, it's about the victims. Now, I've studied paedophile rings and stuff like that in the Vatican Church, in the Roman Church, in other, in
American
circles.
politics.
One thing they never did was target their victims by race. They did it to all the children. The one thing about this story, which is being now widely reported, if it's true, which I doubt it's not true, is that these gangs predominantly, they're not even saying Muslim now. They're actually just saying Pakistani gangs. These gangs were allegedly 80 to 90% Pakistani, and they were targeting white and other Asian girls, i.e. Sikhs and Bengali girls, i.e. anyone that wasn't Pakistani.
Yeah. Asians as well. There was a few.
Yeah. Well, obviously Sikh girls and Bengali girls are also Asians, and to the untrained eye, they look very similar to people from Pakistan. Obviously these grooming gangs could tell the difference. Now, I often wonder: is the fact that now this is being highlighted, even if it is true, which it probably is, are they highlighting it so that they are managing to turn it into a racial matter? So everyone's talking about this, but not talking about the grooming gangs and the organised paedophilia everywhere else that doesn't discriminate by race, because this example actually does. That's the thing.
Shall I chime in on my opinion of why this is happening?
Go on.
Absolutely.
So, on our Peasantron on Wednesday, when we recorded it, it's going to be released this Sunday, guys. We were talking about the reason for the COVID-19 strike, blah blah blah. Now, I've got a theory about Mr. Nigel Farage here in the UK, that he's going to be the next one in charge of the UK, heading up as Prime Minister, and he's going to be in charge of the break-in of the third seal. So we had Lord Potato Head in charge of the first seal.
Yeah.
Sir Keir Starlin is in charge of the second seal. And now we've got Nigel Farage. I think he's currently being set up to break the third.
Absolutely.
And I think what's going on here is we've got a combination of incompetence from the Conservative Party during COVID and Labour Party just in general. And I think everyone gets pissed off when there's anything to do with the children. And this is about grooming gangs and with white British native children predominantly. Yeah. And Keir Starmer was fighting for human rights for the majority of these people. He lets them stay in, blah blah, all that kind of shit. So that's pretty bad, isn't it? So I think if Nigel Farage is speaking about funding this inquiry themselves and doing an inquiry, and it actually brings up some shit, and it proves to the public to get their trust behind him, he's then going to be voted in willingly by the peasants because he's the one that actually did something about the grooming gangs.
The Farage will be pointing out the grooming gangs. While you're talking about Farage, let me just put a headline on which you showed me, a screenshot.
And this can be his little way of getting the public behind him by actually being the one. We all know it's scripted.
The Farage posted this week. The number of military-age males that have entered the UK illegally via small boats now exceeds the total available soldiers in the British Army. Who else is saying stuff like that? No, I've got no idea whether that's true or not. It probably is. If you can.
Awesome.
Thanks, Jason. So there's definitely some peasant baiting going on here. But I do want to point out that the narrative sort of has changed. That this isn't that they're not saying they're not calling them Muslim grooming gangs.
But Lance,
they're calling them Pakistani grooming gangs.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Lance, but doesn't that go back to what you were talking about earlier with there not really being a clear left and right anymore? They're just being an extreme left and extreme right. Because I remember growing up, talking about immigration, and if say, for instance, like there are points of what you said that I just agree with. For instance, I'm a firm believer that uncontrolled immigration is contributing to child abuse within this country. I wholeheartedly believe that. I don't think growing up in the 90s and the early 2000s, that would have been a particularly right-wing thing to say. I think there were people, within the left wing who would also have said, okay, that we can't just have, as Nigel Farage has put it, military age men, just imported into this country willy-nilly.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If you take the word Muslim out of it and you actually take skin colour out of it and you talk about this objectively, because I broke this down in big detail when the far right riots were happening this year. I talked about something called the clown pivot strategy, where it's saying that really all you need to destabilise a society, both financially and on a sort of like, a moral level, is you import lots of young, disenfranchised men that can't compete in the social economic strata.
With no chance.
With no chance of competing in the social economic strata in the country they're put into because they come from a developing war-torn country. That country also has very old-school draconian what's the word? Views on women, okay? Because we can't lie that places like Afghanistan, Pakistan, and a number of other countries, whether they're Muslim or not, they have a very different view towards how women should be treated. And I hate to say it, in some of those countries, they do have rape culture.
Absolutely.
Where rape is not even really a crime.
A lot of shit that's talked about countries like Afghanistan, Iraq is by people that have never been there or worked with people that have been from there. We've worked on multiple projects to do with rape victims and trafficking gangs throughout the Middle East. And when you go to Afghanistan, even on business, it's readily available. Prostitution is readily available on the streets. It's easy to buy anything that you want on the streets of Iraq and Afghanistan in terms of underage children. There are plenty of cases. So yeah, I agree with you 100%.
I remember a story during the Iraq War of the British soldiers beating the shit out of a few of the Iraqi soldiers who were like fucking kids, like on the bases and stuff. And in their culture, in the Iraq culture, you have male boys that are there for the soldiers.
I can't remember whether it was Afghanistan or Pakistan. The word begins with a B. It's like Bundy boys or something. It's a whole culture of where they have 12, 13, 14-year-old boys dress up slightly effeminate and dance around and they get fucked. Yeah,
by the soldiers for to keep the morale up apparently, and the British and American troops that were over there
were obviously horrified,
beat the shit out of a few of them when they saw them doing it, and then they were strictly told, you do not fucking say anything, you just turn a blind eye.
Because you're actually disrespecting their culture.
Yeah, and they're puffing opium and shit in front of like the British and American soldiers over there, like they're just smoking opium and women. Like, do you know,
I was
fucking
gonna say,
kids.
I think
Like,
once you
I
go
mean,
into,
like,
I
what
think once
the
you go
fuck?
into the wars, I
Yeah.
think you start to realise that, like, as you said earlier, it's all scripted, and there's a reason that they're talking about these grooming gangs. There's even a reason they use the terminology grooming gang.
I think it's to set up Nigel Farage to get the public, for him to then bring it out and something. Fuck knows. A few people might actually go to jail for it, and then Nigel Farage will be the big dick politician in the UK who actually did something about it. And look, it's been promoted in the mainstream media about these illegal immigrants, isn't it? They want us to be pissed off about it. They want everyone to be pissed off about it.
I mean, Farage...
Trump's come in to do something about it in the States. No one's doing anything about it in the UK. Like, it's going to be Farage, in my opinion.
When you look at it as well, Andy, it's a very sort of, a bit of a niche issue for him to win on after his failure on the Tommy Robinson issue. Which, let's be honest, there was no way of describing it. He thought that he was walking out of the Tommy Robinson situation smelling of flowers, and actually all the people that support Tommy Robinson were like,
the thing is,
absolutely
let's talk about that, because I think this is relevant about Tommy Robinson, right? Like,
Great segue.
I've been listening to some what the Piers Morgan, my friend Piers Morgan, has been saying on his Uncensored show about Tommy Robinson. Now, he is saying, without a shadow of a doubt, Tommy Robinson is racist, disgusting, blah, blah, blah. And he said he has watched his last movie. Have you watched it, Joe, about the Syrian lad? Have you watched it? I watched it. Me and Becky watched it. And what happened was there was a Syrian immigrant lad who was a fucking problematic child at this school.
This is the documentary.
Yeah. He was spitting at girls, like fucking putting his hand at their skirts, like pinching their asses, doing loads of shit. He was like mouthy to teachers. Like, everyone saw it. Everyone knew he was a cunt. And one of these lads, one of the like 14-year-old lad, I was seeing the footage of it. He put him down, literally didn't pummel him or anything, put him down, I think he put his leg across his neck and just said, look, fucking leave these girls alone, blah, blah, blah. And then let him up and he fucked off. This kid got in loads of trouble for it, right? Got expelled from school. All the teachers got fired from it. The head teacher got fired. And Tommy Robinson went and did the investigation. And he interviewed a few girls at the school that this kid was like harassing and stuff. And he interviewed all the teachers. I think there was 6. He interviewed 6 teachers, and he took them all to court, right? And these teachers all said that this kid was a little shit. This Syrian refugee child was a little shit, and he basically deserved everything he got. And when it went to court, Tommy Robinson took these 6 teachers with him, credible people, and the judge deemed them
far right.
Yeah, far right. And they're not credible witnesses, basically. How can a judge deem 6 teachers who were at the school working there, who know what was going on, as not credible? That judge is clearly some far left liberal.
Whatever you want to think of Tommy Robinson, and whatever you want to think of the reason that everything is playing out as it's playing, one thing is for sure. Again, as a survivor and an advocate of survivors, I had emails from people who, for instance, I went to school with, who had kind of written me off, deleted me during the dark times, and were
the Soviet Union.
Yeah, and were sending me emails now like I'd watched this. Am I allowed to say the name of the documentary? Silenced.
Yeah,
and obviously, the stuff that I remember you saying this stuff and thinking you were crazy. Yeah. And the only reason I wasn't saying this stuff years ago because I was a far right racist. I wasn't saying this stuff because I hate brown people. I was saying this stuff because I was a victim.
Fucking first-hand experience
of this stuff. I know the way that these perpetrators operate. We lived through a time, and I think that, without trying to break it down to semantics too much, I think the reason that they're trying to pigeonhole it so much into a Pakistani and Muslim gang is because there is no doubt, as Lance was saying, within certain areas of the country, Oldham, Rotherham, these kind of areas, that there was a concentration of Muslim men who
from this
were
origin.
targeting young white British girls.
And also, I think the one thing that stood out about this was the actual high levels of organisation. The accounts which I've read suggest, 322 people tuned in,
322,
skull and
Michael.
bones.
awesome.
The account suggested that it wasn't just like 5 or 6 guys texting each other in a WhatsApp group saying, I've got one round, come and have a go. This was like happening on an industrial level. There were hundreds of men involved in these syndicates. Drugs involved. They had spotters.
They had shops. They were running little shops and like enticing girls in,
They
giving
would
them
send out.
cigarettes
They
and
would send
alcohol.
out the younger, more handsome dudes to go and actually get the young girls
It
back.
was an operation, Michael.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And you're gonna lock you're gonna lock Tommy Robinson up, and there are a lot of theories behind Tommy Robinson. I won't go into all of them.
There is an angle that we. Go on, Joe. Go on. No, sorry.
But firmly behind it, if we're gonna lock, if we're gonna say to people now that you can't release a documentary, as you said, just talking about people's first-hand experiences.
Well, he was told
what
that
is journalism?
he was told that if he kept in court, Tommy Robinson was told, if he kept spreading these lies about this Syrian lad, then he would be held in contempt of court and jailed. And he went and made a documentary about it. He had to pay £100,000 in.
Damages.
Damages to the actual kid, and £700,000 to cover the kid's legal costs.
Have you seen the other documentary?
Sorry, Michael. Just before I forget, the reason I think this needs to be noted is that Piers Morgan is very mainstream. He actively said on the show he's watched the documentary and he agreed that the judge was right to discredit the 6 people that worked at the school. And so for some reason, even though Tommy Robinson is telling the truth, he is being demonised by the media. But Nigel Farage is being promoted by the media for seeming to be like the good man. But
you could say that Tommy Robinson's being promoted as well, but he's just being promoted to be this character. Here's the person that's saying it. We'll give him loads of airtime, but we'll just constantly call him a far-right racist. Because no one can say that Tommy Robinson is banned from media. You see stuff about him all the time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's not like someone that's been wiped from the internet, or you never see him talked about on
No,
TV.
he is promoted.
What did I call him the other day? Thramish Rubenstein.
Thramish Rubenstein.
Now, we've got some comments about this. The Ian Collins comment, look at this. Tommy has no foreskin. I guess what he's alluding to there is that he's gone to Israel. He's been photographed sat on top of a tank with a kippah on, wearing an "I love the IDF" or "Let's defend Israel" t-shirt.
He kisses the wall.
But the thing is, that probably all is true. But the angle that I'm coming with, and I think PG and Joe are sharing the same sentiment. Whatever you say about the guy, whether he is an actor, whether it's all part of the script, which it probably is, the information that he is portraying is 99% always factually correct.
And it's all, in my opinion, it's all part of the unveiling.
Absolutely.
The apocalypse, all part of the unveiling.
You can, I 100%. Do you guys mind if I just tell a quick story? Because there's something
of course
really,
not. This
really
is your time.
pertinent
This is your time, mate.
So recently, anybody who's been following my Facebook will know that I recently met Katie Hopkins. And when I was presenting who obviously has very similar opinions on the whole Israel thing,
and equally divisive, as well.
or equally divisive on opinions on where she stands and who she represents and who
used to work in the media, promoted by daytime television. Yeah, carry on, Joe.
So when I was presenting the Fat Earth podcast during the height of the
dark times,
I reached out to her people, Katie Hopkins' people, and said, look, would you like to come on the podcast? It was not long after we'd had the Truth episode, so we'd had a couple of viral episodes, and I was like, right, I feel like this is the time to get a big name. Not going to lie to you guys, did try to get David Icke, and it was like a no, so went for Katie Hopkins. Anyway, messaged Katie Hopkins. Her people did a little bit of research into some of my previous work and basically came back with it's nothing against you, but we've seen that you've previously spoken out on some issues to do with Palestine. So this is a no from us, basically. Yeah. So I thought to myself, meeting Katie Hopkins around a month ago, that when I was like, hi, I'm Joe Ward, she was going to be like, oh, that far left loony. Do you know what? She couldn't have been nicer, and I've never met Tommy Robinson, right?
That should tell you something, though, Joe, shouldn't it?
I've never met Tommy Robinson, but we have mutual friends. People, I'm not going to name drop them because it's embarrassing, but people can go on my Facebook and see who the people that I've been pictured with. I have mutual friends with Tommy Robinson, and I guarantee if I sat in a room with Tommy Robinson, even though he is as far on one side of this issue, and I've always said I'm not by any means a Palestine waving flag person on this issue, but I do believe in stopping the death of children. That is fundamentally, as you know,
we're in the same boat as you.
I want to stop war. I think in 2025, the fact that we're still killing anyone is ridiculous. But if grown men want to fucking go and do it, they can do it. Leave the fucking children out of it. I don't care if they're Jewish, whether they're Muslim, and that's why I've kind of moved more to the central of this issue. But that doesn't matter. My point is, I feel like if Katie, Hopkins, despite her views, could be willing to sit in a room with somebody, doesn't that really say, and you could say, okay, maybe she's just doing it to pander, she doesn't want the bad publicity, maybe because we've got the mutuals of the whole Dark Times thing, but I just think that sometimes there is an air. I spoke when I first came on this show about sometimes shills aren't necessarily people who are paid by different organisations. They're just people that are taking advantage of situations.
They're fitting into a place that then they're being allowed to do it.
And Tommy Robinson is a classic example of that. I don't think Tommy Robinson's got the brains to be a paid shill.
I would respectfully disagree.
Okay.
I would respectfully disagree because Tommy Robinson seems to be very well financially stable for no apparent reason.
I'm pretty sure he gets quite a few donations from people on his website. And
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does.
I'm going to fall on the fence here because my rabbit hat tells me that he should be like a paid actor, and he's also that fucking Imam Wasim guy at the same time. But I can also totally see what Joe's saying is that if there was a space in the media that you would need someone like Tommy Robinson to fit in the space and say what's going on and be the guy that sometimes says the P word and, does coke and stuff like that. And there's all videos of him. Well, it would be a lot easier to allow someone to organically do that and choose them as the chosen one. Okay, we'll elevate him without him really knowing. We'll open these doors here and just let him do his thing rather than having a trained actor. It could be either because I know people from the fight game in the combat sports industry that I work in that have a mutual friend with Tommy Robinson when they grew up, and these people that grew up with him say that the story that he told is true.
I'm not saying it's
his
not.
cousin or his niece was groomed by one of these gangs, and that turned him into what he is today, basically.
What I'm saying is everything he says about the grooming gangs, all of that is probably absolutely 100% legit, and I would agree with everything he says.
Sheep Farm have piped in. They've done. Listen, you don't doubt Sheep Farm's receipts.
Yeah.
Stephen Christopher Yaxley Lennon is funded by an Israeli NGO.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. And I'm sure Katie Hopkins has taken money from the small hats as well.
Absolutely.
Taken money from the wall as
I
well.
want to pose a question to Joe.
It doesn't mean, just because they've taken money from the wall, doesn't mean that they're not telling the truth about certain things.
Yeah, of course.
It just means they are, the little hats want them to keep saying what they're doing. So they're going to fund them, so you don't have to worry about the bills. You're going to go to jail. Don't worry, you're covered.
Oh, absolutely.
When you can come out, you can keep doing what you're doing.
Why is it, Joe, that the people like Thramish Rubenstein and Katie Hopkins, why is it that the people that are telling the truth on these certain topics, like weaponised immigration, like grooming gangs, etc., why is it the common denominator that they seem to be pro-Israel rather than the other falling on the other side, which like most of the liberal media is?
I think this goes back to the insanity thing that we were talking about earlier. You have to be on Team Israel or Team Palestine on this issue. If it's I've spoken about it again previously in interviews, but one of the main reasons the mainstream media don't come to me for these issues is because I refuse to stand on the left of, or the right of them. It's easy to push people into a camp, but it's difficult for an average everyday person to go, actually, do you know what? I am a little bit concerned about immigration in this country, about the way my country is going, as well as, the fact that there are children dying in parts of this world that could be, that prevented in that. It's a lot easier to do that than to think for yourself and to go, actually, I stand. I stand on one issue. I might stand in one place, and another issue I might stand on another place.
Well, that's just called like being a multifaceted person with an in-depth, detailed opinion on different subjects, isn't it?
Yeah, and let's not kid ourselves for a second, Lance. That there are different. There are different personalities within this. Me and you both know. Let's not bullshit each other. We both know that through the pandemic, if we wanted to have a platform the size of some of these people, let's just say, that out there, we could have done, whether we had sold ourselves on certain stories. But the fact that we have both been true to ourselves is the reason that we're probably both sat here having this conversation. I have no doubt that if Katie Hopkins was to come out tomorrow and say, do you know what? Actually, despite everything and despite the hostages and blah, blah, actually, I do feel a little bit sorry that there are children that are dying. There are people that would switch off instantly, and that's not the price she's willing to pay. But the difference between me and her and you guys and her, which is why I love you guys, is there isn't a line that we're not willing to cross. I will be friends. Again, something I've said many times, I will be friends with somebody who has a different opinion with me until we're not physically allowed, until we're segregated again. I will always be friends with people who have different opinions with me, because I think the world would be a really fucking boring place if everyone thought the same on every issue. But Andy makes some good points about Mr.
I just think as well. I think just because
Rubenstein.
I'm sure there's many people who watch the show who say Andy PT is a full anti-Semite, blah blah blah, doesn't like Israel, Jews, whatever. That's fine, I'm cool with that. Doesn't mean I fucking like Palestinians either, though, does it? It just because, don't pigeonhole me to the other side just because I don't like Israel and what Israel are doing.
Yeah, but that's why you would be unpalatable to mainstream, because you haven't fallen hard on one side. Apart from that there's some evil people that wear little hats.
All of these none of these people should be there. The Palestinians or the Israelis, right? They should, like the Phoenicians. They're the ones that should be there, and the Canaanites. They're the originals from that land. If you want to actually get technical with it, everyone says it's their fucking ancestral land. It's about the Abrahamic religions and Jesus. Well, thank you to Jason Bashir on KX.com for educating the public that there were 16 crucified deities, who were born of a virgin and fucking died for 3 days and was resurrected, 16 before Christianity and Jesus Christ rocked around. And that's what all these idiots are arguing about.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of other tribes of Israel that, apart from the one sect that is claiming it now.
So, essentially, in a nutshell, you could just say that... Wait. Fuck.
The problem is you're a fucking retard.
That's the core of the issue.
Can we have a look at some of the receipts that I've got here on this topic for a second? We're not going to switch topics yet. By the way, guys, the phone lines are open. 07983 696 691. That's +44 if you're out of the UK. You can call us on WhatsApp, so it's free. The other way to get hold of the show, I'm just going to leave the number on there for a little bit, is also to Skype us. Skype, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com.
Maybe Ashley Young here could be the first to call in and chime in and call me gay.
Wait, he just called you?
Yeah, he's called me
Andy
gay.
is just gay. Yeah. Okay, so feel free to call in, join the discussion. We are going to sort of keep it on this topic unless you bring something else up that's really juicy. So what have we got here? Nice little juxtaposition of headlines from the last couple of weeks. Let me just I need to get rid of this chat so we can see.
Nice time on that article you've got there on the right, Michael.
Oh, 303.
Excellent.
So on the left, we've got someone posted, I think this was actually in some sort of maybe parody publication, that this was actually a new Banksy. I mean, I hope it's not, because that would be really lame. If it's a Banksy that just looks like some graffiti that says Tommy Robinson
It's clearly not a Banksy.
has bum worms. No, it's clearly not a Banksy, but it would be ironic if it was. And then on the right, we've got from the Telegraph, like if you're not in the UK, this is literally like the leading broadsheet paper, not one of the tabloids. This is like a proper establishment paper. Pakistanis are up to 4 times more likely to be behind grooming. National Police Scheme shares data on group-based child sexual abuse that includes ethnic background of perpetrators. And once again, who's reporting on this? Look at the name.
Who have we got here?
Hamas. It's Charles Hamas again.
Hamas.
They always do this. So we've got these 2 different narratives playing out simultaneously. Tommy Robinson has got bumworms and everything he says is far-right racist, while we've got what's supposed to be a completely neutral paper, not like a left-wing or a right-wing rag. This is a neutral establishment paper putting out these clearly racist stats.
Politics.
Or stats that would have been considered clearly racist to point this out. If it is statistically true, it would have still been racist to point this out. Only a matter of weeks ago, something has definitely changed.
It's far right, Michael.
It's far right.
Far right.
Now,
do you not feel as well though, like as a man, that it kind of confuses the whole narrative?
Absolutely.
If men don't feel like they can be anything that's not Tommy Robinson or fucking Prince. Like, that there's nothing in between, that you can't, as a man, care about issues without
being a fag.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I remember. I think for the 90s, like I grew up with a father who was very hands-on. Yeah, and I can't ever really get behind that. Like having to prove yourself as a man. I think your actions are what prove you as a man, and I think it's just another thing that just helps people fall into camps rather than actually look at themselves and get accountability.
Yeah, for sure. I'd agree, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, the phone lines are open. You can call us here. The number is on the bottom of the screen. You can hit us up on Skype, the studio phone. Or if you got Michael's number, you could ring him.
No, that you can't ring my personal number. That's not linked into the Queefmaster. No, we've got, this is the Rise Above number. It's
just that then, guys.
It has got a 666 in it. It's 09783 696691. Call the studio now. So while this
is a holographic construct.
While this grooming gang sensation story is still literally everywhere, this came out. Now, obviously, the Labour Party are in control in the UK at the moment, and the unveiling of the grooming gangs and the ability that people are talking about it is happening under their watch.
They're at the head of the second seal.
Now, while this is happening, I haven't got the full list, but there is a list of convicted pedos and child pornography consumers, etc., that have already been caught and left the Labour Party, and it's an entire A4 page. There's like dozens and dozens and dozens of names on it. Now, first thing I'm going to say before we talk about this story in particular is that we're not calling out left-wing politicians particularly, because obviously if the other side was in power and this happened, you could probably produce a very similar list on the other side as well.
There's probably more on the other side.
But the fact is, these are the... Oh, we have a caller. Slide it. Welcome to Rise Above.
Hello there.
Hello, who's this?
It's Casey Connolly.
Oh, how you doing? All right?
How's it going?
Liberty Silver Designs in the house.
Yeah. Wow, on the phone.
So big shout to Casey from our sponsor, Liberty Silver Designs. This is the first time you've called in, right?
Yeah. But I have to call in. Right, because this issue about the grooming gangs and paedophile rings is so important to me, man, because it has affected me. Like all of my life, yeah?
Okay.
All of my life, yeah? And I just think that this is a time when we should be... Go away, Chloe. When we should be having this conversation, yeah? Do you know, like, the guy from Greggs, right? The guy from Greggs. Not the guy who got arrested.
You're talking about Greggs, the pork and pastry purveyors.
The bakery. They were regular visitors at our brothel, and I was brought in brothels, yeah? And, man, I just think that we need to talk about this, and it needs to be brought to the forefront, and I just don't think the sentences are like... Oh, my God, it's sorry.
No,
No, it's
Sorry,
fine.
one second.
I absolutely
Turn
agree
it
with
down
you.
out here, yeah, because I can't.
I would agree that
You've got to turn the TV down in the background. Treat it like you're just on the phone to us without the TV case.
Yeah. So basically, I was born in 1971, right? To a fucking Irish immigrant family, Catholics, right? I mean, mum was a street worker, yeah? She was a street worker. And I was her third child. I was given up for adoption. Catholic Children's Society got involved. I was given up for adoption, right? 2 years later, though, in 1973, because all these like social services rules were in place, I was given back to her, so I could be passed around like a parcel, right, to these white paedophile rings, as they were called back then, right? And honestly, Lance and PG, I've got to say this here, right? It has triggered me loads because, right, it's gone on for years and years and years and years. It's not just about these grooming gangs that are from beige-skinned people, right? What I'm trying to say is this, yeah? It has to just end. It has to stop. When will people just, like, see children and want to look after them? Just look after the children.
Absolutely.
I think I obviously agree with everything you said there, Casey. I didn't realise that about you. I'm really sorry to hear you had to go through that. But maybe I'll speculate here that we all know that there's some kind of parasitical entity here. Maybe that's the premium goal of it. Is that what's the most heinous thing you can do in this world? It's probably that.
It's to hurt and abuse.
And
children.
honestly,
probably
man,
that.
And then when I was 10, right, I got put in kids' homes, right, because they had an STD. I'm going to put it out there, right? I did have an STD. Obviously, you don't get an STD at 10 years old through your own fault, do you? And then, right, all the kids' homes I went into had people who'd been high up in the army as their second in command. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So all these kids got taken every weekend, got taken on these little camps. You got taken on these little, like, taking them away. We always got invited to all these shows that were on TV at the time. Do you know what I mean? I never got invited backstage because I was too mousy. Do you know what I mean? Same with the Muslim gangs in the late 80s. There was a girl got put in one of our kids' homes, right? Her name was Safia, right? And she was beautiful. I mean, she was beautiful. She wore all the gold. She was beautiful, but she was grooming us. She was grooming the girls in the northeast of England, right, to take them to these guys who were going to do all these terrible things to them. This is not a new story for me, man.
Absolutely. And that's what I was going to say, Casey. I mean, like, I'm sure Andy and Lance, like, you can hear that's echoing in what me and Casey have said about, you know, okay, yeah, this may be happening, you know, to, you know, in certain parts of the country, you know, to a certain, you know, minority of people, but the survivors don't care about the colour of the skin. We just want to see something being done that's not being done. So, amen to you, sister. I'm really sorry that to hear that you went through that. But I echo 100% with what you're saying. Nobody in this country is just, and that's why I wanted to come on here tonight to Rise Above to say, like, nobody's actually taking a step back. Everybody's happy to break down the semantics of it being a black versus white issue, but no one just is actually stepping up and just saying, like, you know, who is looking out for the survivors here? And I don't know about you, Casey, but they're talking about a national inquiry. Would a national inquiry into child abuse by the very same people who perpetrated some of this abuse on people like us, would that make you feel better?
No, what a fuck, man. Because what about the last? What about the last inquiry? What about the last inquiry?
Yeah.
You know why they lost all the files?
Yep, absolutely. It led to hundreds and thousands that we know about, could have been millions of children of my generation being abused and being silenced because of those very documents going missing, because of social services records going missing. All of these things.
Honestly, do you ever get your records released, man? I got my records released, right? And most of them were just blacked out because third-party information, or this person's not on live right now, so we can't call them up for being responsible. Listen, it's a load of bollocks, right, man? This has to change.
Absolutely, Casey. I mean, one of the things I talked about last time I was on Rise Above about my case was the fact that by the time from what I'd reported to what I was allowed to talk about in court, if you somehow do make it through this system and you do report, by the time you get to court, the things you're actually allowed to talk about make it so narrow that it's so difficult for people to talk about this. Again, you know, I don't know. You know, you live with regret as a survivor for not being able to do everything that you can, despite the system being geared up to not allow you to do everything you can.
All of that, man. Honestly, I worked with survivors, man. I worked in the Rape Crisis Centre. I worked with teenage mums. You know what I mean? I've tried to do my bit, me, to help other people who might be going through similar stuff. But the system is stacked against us, man, because the system is complicit in all of this going on. All of them.
And on this note of what you two guys are talking about, you're talking and putting a focus on the survivors and obviously stopping it from happening again, which is what everyone should be clearly focusing on. What I've noticed is that all of the talk about this in the mainstream media, when it comes to these inquiries that they're talking about spending $4 million on, we'll have a local inquiry, we'll have a national inquiry. None of these inquiries are actually about how to help the victims or to stop the crime in the first place. They're inquiries into how the police and the social services were not just ignoring it, not just sweeping it under the carpet, not just actively covering up, actually involved in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, seriously, Lance, man. There was social services turning up my house all the time, NSPCC turning up all the time, Catholic Children's Society turning up all the time. They didn't do shit about it. And we're now here 50 years later and it's still occurring. It's just not acceptable, is it really?
Can I just jump in here and say, moderators, can you just keep an eye on Doug Nangle in the chat? We're on a very sensitive subject and you shouldn't be a bit disrespectful, mate. So just wind it in, should you?
Yeah, it's not the time to be having like personal insults and stuff when we're talking about subjects like this. So yeah, it's being talked about, but I think what we're alluding to here is it's actually being talked about in the wrong manner. The focus should always be on, first of all, making sure this stops happening immediately, and then secondly, or if not dually, let's see how we can help the survivors and put like a massive plan in place.
Yeah, absolutely.
With counselling and et cetera, whatever needs to be done.
Yeah.
You know, it's obviously pretty shocking, not to people that have done their homework, but it's shocking to regular people that the amount of how this has been covered up. But they keep bringing in the racial element again by saying the reason.
Always listen, but listen, I'm going to tell you now, right? There was never ever a man of a colour that came to our brothel when I was a kid.
The incentive for a paedophile at the moment within the law is silence. If they choose silence, that's the incentive, because 9 times out of 10 then they get more lenient sentences. They just go through the motions, they shut up, they plead no comment. We know that doesn't work. We know that, you know, if we can get these paedophiles talking, one paedophile leads to another. So why is the system geared up to keep these offenders in silence when it should be to get them talking? Surely in any other crime, right? If Andy goes out, say Andy and Lance go out and rob a bank together tomorrow, you know, and all of a sudden they catch Andy, the incentive should be to get him to talk to Lance. In any other crime, that's the way it works until it comes to child abuse. And why? It's because they know when they start talking, that it goes up and up and up. And as you say, through social services and all these different operations, and it goes to the very top. There are paedophiles in every echelon.
Not too far from here, over in Salisbury, I forget his name, but there was a chief, I think the chief of Salisbury Police, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, he was blowing the whistle on a nationwide. It was to do with Edward Heath and all that kind of stuff. And he was sacked. He was fired, or he left something. He was told he this goes no further. You can't.
Yeah,
He was getting a lot of media attention, and big names were coming out about it. And he was specifically told from the higher echelons up of the police force.
The problem is it's not just like it's too big because it would crash the system if it came out. It's like it is part of the system, because all of my research from years ago, looking into stuff like the Hampton School and things like that, the one common denominator was the kids that were in these schools or groups that were being targeted on an everyday organised level. They always said that the people coming in were often the social workers, or they were from Kafkas.
Judges, police.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. People in society who are supposed to protect and you know.
But also people in society that if this came out, they would also be the first witnesses called, or they would be in a position of power judging over it, or appraising a witness like a policeman.
Yeah.
So it's like...
Or comforting a victim.
Yeah. It is. We've got some other examples.
I think
here.
as well.
Elm
I think
Guesthouse.
people of that ilk who are into that shit, those positions gravitate. They gravitate towards those positions of employment because they.
I absolutely agree with
they
that.
like
I
a bit of
absolutely
power,
agree with
especially something like social services. I mean, I don't think there's any orphanages now in the UK.
They don't have orphanages
It's
anymore,
not a thing anymore. Like I dread to think what happened in.
You should look into Dr. Bernardo's homes. What happened in them?
What's the name of it, Casey?
Dr. Bernardo's. That was the last active.
Dr. Bernardo's homes, man. That was terrible, man. What happened there?
Absolutely. It's crazy. Like I think we talked at the top of this show, in the book that we were covering here, about how sex trafficking and the trafficking of children, let's just fucking call it what it is at the end of the day, like they're calling it grooming, but it's well beyond that, has been hidden just behind so many masks. And, it's just, it's absolutely crazy to me to this day that we still have children being abused, in unimaginable ways, and the people who, again, does an apology, even if this inquiry
seriously, seriously, even the criminal injuries giving you a fucking 25 grand, right? I'm sorry for swearing, even the criminal injuries giving you 25 grand, right, and saying sorry about that, we fucked up, right, doesn't fucking make up for the fact that we was abused, and we were just left to fucking get on with life.
Absolutely.
Meant to compete with all you guys. Do you know what I mean? All these people who've never been through that. Mate, honestly. Anyway.
That's why it's so important. I just want to say that's why it's so important that people like you speak about what happened to you, because one of the things I said when I was telling my story, Casey, was that the reason I felt compelled to speak up was because I knew a lot of survivors in my position who weren't alive to tell the tale, and that's what they do to you. They break you down mentally. So while we still can, sister, we have to keep speaking out. We have to keep fighting out. And I can only say I'm really...
Also, I just want to say one last thing, yeah? When I was 16, I was proper left wing, right? You might find that a bit of a shock, but I was, right? And I used to, and I used to sell the Militant, and I wrote a page, right? It was actually the middle page, right, about how the kids in care had been failed, right, by the system that was meant to be there to protect us. And honest to God, I don't know if the Militant paper still exists, right? But I used to sell it, and I wrote a double-page article for it. And listen, that was like 40 years ago. And this is all just coming out now. This is no new news, is it?
No. There has to be a reason they've chosen to rear this ugly monster.
Yeah. And so I keep saying to King of Sting, we need to see what's going on behind this, man.
Yep.
Just throwing this up, right, as a way of hiding something behind it. Anyway, big love.
Thanks for calling in, and a massive thank you for being so open with us about your experiences. Hats off to you. Big shout to yourself, KC. And remember, if you want to support KC, Liberty Silver Designs is one of our official sponsors. You scan the QR code.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. They make bespoke silver jewellery. We are sporting it right now, as well as a great gift or just a lovely piece of jewellery. Silver is a wicked investment as well. So support them, Liberty Silver Designs.
Awesome speech, Casey. We'll speak to you soon.
See you, man. See you, man. See you,
Take
Mark.
care.
Yeah?
See you at the weekend.
You will indeed.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Right, we are almost 2 hours into the show. We're going to have a short break. I'm going to play a music video. It's one of my ones. It's not really a music video. I made some graphics for it. Came to the Jungle. This is the song I wrote about ayahuasca and interdimensional experiences.
Wow.
We'll be back in 3 minutes, 18 seconds.
And they say to me, you have to go into the jungle and you're going to drink ayahuasca. So I went into the jungle, I found a shaman, and I drank ayahuasca. And during that first ceremony, I found my apprenticeship.
As we tear down Babylon, brick by brick, piece by piece, burst them to smithereens. All the beats, double L, see?
I came to this jungle looking for the shaman, to learn knowledge, to get trained. I got questions, need explaining. Who manifests these thoughts we are making? We talk for days, no words were spoken. The third eye's wide open, my 7 chakras awoken. Then the Babylon spell got broken. Come to the jungle, now I'm the shaman. Draw for the power of thunder, raid. It's no Mortal Kombat, I won't draw for swords, I'm not on that. Why? The vibration's high. Can't test I and I speak to the Buddha and Rastafari. When we chat to the prophet, it's all no lie.
With the shame I smoke with the Rasta, learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. They gon' stop the same master. Too many questions, one answer. With the shame I smoke with the Rasta, learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. They gon' stop the same master. Too many questions, one answer.
Deep in the jungle, knees in the dirt, next to the tribal leader. Speaking the words of the healer, I'm feeding the words. Seeking the teacher vine, mimosa creeper, M-A-O-I inhibitor. Elio vine can't mimic us, safe for mixtures, boiled in vinegar. Recipe taught by ancient visitors. Feet on the ground, I feel like I'm slipping away. When my eyes look through to the clearing, the sun beats down and my face is burning. What's that in my peripheral hearing? Ingesting the chemical gateway, exiting the physical plane, inspecting the neural pathway, assessing the spiritual pain.
With the shame I smoke with the Rasta, learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. They gon' stop the same master. Too many questions, one answer. With the shame I smoke with the Rasta, learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. They gon' stop the same master. Too many questions, one answer.
It's no joke to drink ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca, alright, boga. One dose, game over. Elders learning customs of ancient cultures. Shamanic technology. We fulfill the prophecy. No words describe this logically. Close both eyes, you might see properly. Wait, can you feel it? Hold it in before you release it. You got the key to revealing the secret. They tried hard to conceal it. Wait. How you feeling? Is it illusion? Is it the real thing? Seeing isn't always believing, hallucinating or lucid dreaming.
With the shame I smoke with the Rasta, learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. They gon' stop the same master. Too many questions, one answer. With the shame I smoke with the Rasta, learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. They gon' stop the same master. Too many questions, one answer.
One, two, 1, 2. We are back in the house live on your Friday night. This is the one and only Rise Above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Sorry, that's a bit early.
That's okay. I would like to remind you that we are running a really sick competition this week. I'm just going to make the screen. Oh, no, we don't need to use that camera. I can just show you on this camera what we're doing. We've got the RAW archive. This 2 terabyte hard drive is loaded with every episode of Rise Above ever, 143 episodes. Every video we made, every documentary, every interview, basically every video recording we've ever made or broadcast is on this hard drive, including all my music, all the music videos, and all the memes as well. This normally retails at £100. We are giving it away with the certificate, let me get, of authenticity to prove it is the genuine Ramesh article. The way you can enter the competition, and you guys have got 2 weeks to win this. You enter the competition very simply. you sub to our Patreon. And don't worry, Patreon crew, I'll do a separate competition for you guys as well.
Hey, you get a better one.
Yeah, you get a whole different set of competitions.
You got paid for your competition.
Once you join Patreon, you're then accessing both competitions. Yeah, it's only £3 to enter this competition, and it will take you over a month to get through the backlog of exclusive content, which is only available on Patreon. Patreon massive. Can I get some flames about how good Patreon is in the comment section? If you're enjoying our midweek Raws, and midweek Raw has been banging.
Only put some flames up if it's better than the Rise Above Free Friday night show.
If you've been enjoying the watch parties on various different subjects on the Patreon, give me some explosions and flames.
If you enjoy Rabbi Shmuley.
If you had an evening with Rabbi Shmuley, that one was fantastic. We did 4 videos the other night. I've only released one. There's a watch party happening on Sunday where we're looking at some of the current events with the MAGA world domination. We also did a whole hour-long thing about your pile of stinking rabbit, about the real reason behind the Soviet Union.
I had an epiphany when I heard Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan. And we broke it down. I had a full epiphany.
We're going to sort of talk about that as well tonight as well, because I've got some really good memes if we manage to get to them.
Joe
and also,
Rogan, very popular amongst the peasants, newest member of the
very,
Christian
very
right.
popular.
Newest member of the Christian right, guys.
So big shout to everyone in the comments. Let me just get them on the screen right now so you can see what I go on. Big shout to our Patreon massive who are putting flames and explosions in the comments because they are enjoying all the exclusive extra content. So if you sign up in the next 2 weeks, you might win the RAW drive, 1 terabyte of RAW-ish material.
Let me tell you, unbelievable.
Right.
You have stolen my childhood.
I'm fading every girls' school in this country.
That's really inappropriate. That's really inappropriate.
Hey.
Now, all the Ramish crew know that even when we talk about the darkest subjects, and we've got to pay respect to them, but we have to still drop Jimmy Savile memes.
It's relevant.
It's just the way it works.
It's relevant.
Right.
It's not taking anything away from anyone.
Yeah.
Just rise above. Fuck, you got to have a thick skin to watch the show.
Absolutely. So while the pedo gangs, the Muslimic ray guns, and all of that is being exposed in the media and talked about, and how queer Stalin, the head of the Labour Party, has been covering it up, I'm really condensing the material here. This story has come to light. Have you heard about this, Joe?
Yes, mate. Oh, sorry.
I know you've heard about it. Joe, sorry. Have you heard about the Jewish ex-Labour minister? He's the chair on Israel. He's arrested on grooming charges. He was literally caught in the street by one of those pedo hunter gangs, and they filmed it live on social media. You heard about this?
I'm absolutely shocked. Unbelievable. No, yes, I did. I know one of the hunters, James.
Are you down with the pedo hunters?
I am. I've got some surprising friends and some surping places.
I bet you have.
But yes, that was on this, and it's just.
Is this dude wearing a MAGA hat?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, it's blatantly not a MAGA hat, but is this part of the program that's going on? Are they trying to really mix it up by saying this Jewish Labour guy's wearing a MAGA hat when he got busted for being a pedo?
That might be reaching, Michael. I'm not buying that one. I'm not buying that one.
If you were trying to be a sly pedo going to meet up with a kid, why would you wear a bright red hat?
I'm not saying there's not something to it. I'm just saying that I'm not saying. All I'm saying is that him wearing a red hat cannot be associated to MAGA baiting.
Nah,
I'm not making that connection.
Okay. So, yeah, this was quite shocking, I guess. Not really.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how it ties in, but the same pedo hunter, I guess, whatever you'd call them, online ensnarement group, he told me that the frustration that a lot of those groups have is that they're only catching what they consider like the low-hanging fruit. And what's disturbing is in I think 3 years he's done over 200 stings. So I mean, even if that's just the low-hanging fruit, it goes to show you how many of the clever ones are getting away with it. But I feel like maybe there is, and there has always been, an agenda to sort of paint a paedophile out to be this very lonesome guy in his mum's basement who watches child pornography, and so we kind of almost have to feel sorry for him, you know, and it helps to sway the opinion, whereas I think that a lot of survivors know that paedophiles can be very clever, very cunning.
Should we talk about tiers here? I think this is relevant, right? You're talking about low-hanging fruit, Joe, yeah, which I completely agree with. This guy's done 200 stings on low-hanging fruit. That's great. That's 200 dick fucks off the streets, whatever.
Yeah,
for a short
period of time.
But
anyway.
I think we've got a degree of tiering systems here, of hierarchical paedophilia, which is going on. The public would be most outraged at the politicians, the monarchy, presidential people like that. They'd be most outraged about that. It's only proper that if that is going on, that these people would be promoted to sway the public's opinion, to think something's being done about this horrific thing, and at the same time picturing low-hanging fruit, working-class peasants.
Let's zoom in a little bit further, right? Let's really look at this. What has this guy been caught for? He had been texting or messaging a decoy on a phone, and then he, by the looks of it, has literally walked down the road on foot to go and meet this 12-year-old or whatever the story was, on his own. So that's one man walking on the street to go and abuse one child, which is obviously disgusting. But this is what we're zooming in on, when what we could be talking about
is empty swimming pools of 10 minors in it.
Well, literal, like, men in suits and ties.
Been dumb enough to get caught and he's been thrown to the sharks.
But I think it's been promoted for a reason, to sway public opinion, to make people think that it's just a few absolute weirdos doing it, when in reality, this is the children.
In reality, the top consumers go in wearing a suit into a dining room, and they basically get offered a menu of kids that have already been picked up by other parts of the infrastructure. Not some one guy walking down the street to go and groom someone.
I agree. I agree with that. But at the same time, I agree with what you just said. But at the same time, if you've got all the money in the world, money's not an issue, and you're some control freak and into this shit, then children are your currency.
They're also easier people to target. That's very much the way that it works within the music industry. The way that they are these malleable types are chosen over people who have strong personalities, because if you are easy to get addicted to drugs, or you have a perversion, all the better for them to use against you.
I think as well, it's prominent to say this ties in a little bit. When we look at the financial side and the high level side of this, is what we were talking about earlier with the Arab culture or Pakistani culture of rape and child abuse being the norm.
Well, not only that, it's also like modern day slavery and human trafficking is not even in some of those societies isn't really even under the radar or covered up. Like you say, it happens on the street.
Michael,
you can go and buy children on the street in some of those countries.
Michael, you know as well as I do, I like a joint. I'm a man who likes a joint. When I go to another country, I have to think about that. Yeah.
What do you mean?
All the better if I go to a country where it's legal.
Oh, what? You have to think about getting some weed?
Yeah. That's the first thing I think about when I go to another country. If it's not legal there, where am I going to get some weed? If you're an Arab who's into that shit and you're in another country, maybe you're thinking in the same mindset as me with my ganja.
Or if there wasn't a market in the country,
where am I going to get my fix? Are you
suggesting that the reason that this problem has been identified in a certain part of the country, i.e., Rotherham, Bradford, and that, is that because the predominant amount of at least 30 to 40% of the people that live there demographically are from Pakistan, especially in that it's really high.
I don't see anyone else coming up with an explanation.
And in Pakistan, let me finish this point. Yeah. But the thing is that in those countries like Pakistan and Afghanistan, child prostitution is openly done.
They're down with it.
In some cases.
It's a business.
So when they came here and found out that they couldn't openly access child prostitution, they had to set up their own business.
Well, they saw a gap in the market for people like themselves.
Because they weren't in elite circles, they couldn't access whatever they wanted. Yeah, because that's the thing. If you in this country, you can access this stuff if you move in certain high elite circles.
And all the better if you go to a country like the UK, which seems to be the most fucking lenient on this kind of crime, which is
perfect segue to this.
You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you take advantage of that?
Look at this headline on the right. Guy Adams investigates after Keir Starmer went to 21 meetings of the Sentencing Council that it decided not all child sex offenders should go to prison. During the period, Sir Keir attended 21 out of 23 related to 50 different sex offences, and he formulated new guidelines, basically not sending them to prison, I guess. So yeah, cheers for that. Sorry, I just had to chuck some memes in there. We've got Kiri Glitter and Join the AI Revolution, both with starring Queer Starling. This is from You've Been Nudged. They're on Twitter or X. They're really good memes. Go and check them out.
I got a comment here, guys, from Aloya. They are selling kids on X. One guy and his kids for cash, written in his bio.
Really? What, on Twitter? On X?
Allegedly.
I'm just going to put You've Been Nudged on the left of the screen here. You can see how to get them on X. The pedo suspects. So who have we got on there? Obviously Epstein, Jimmy Savile. Queer Starling is now on the lineup. Bill Gates is there. I don't know who the other two people are, though. There's some other famous high-level pedos. One thing I forgot to mention about this story here is not only has this Labour councillor been caught in the middle of this grooming scandal, only a week or two before he was caught on the street going to groom someone, he was on Twitter calling out Enki Musk, saying that he was a right-winger for bringing up the grooming gangs.
Yeah, precisely. But
yeah.
They eat
again,
themselves.
to me, if you take a step back from all the bullshit and look at it and look what's going on, Labour are taking it in the ass, man.
Yeah,
they're clearly fucking up the economy. They're giving everyone's money away to these illegal immigrants, sending it all to Ukraine, all this kind of shit. Like they are deliberately making the public hate Labour. That they're deliberately doing it. And then in steps Farage. He's coming in and swinging his big far right dick around.
I said something very similar recently, Andy. You might have seen my post about it, about the American election. That's the reason that I think that they want Big Donny T in, because
Joe, we cover this on Wednesday night. Wednesday night.
It creates mayhem, and personally I think is going to swoop in and save the day? Big Mike.
Big Mickey. Big Mickey. Wow.
The voice of reason.
You think they're going to pull Big Mike off the bench?
I think they're going to pull Big Mike out. That's my personal prediction. The same way...
Is Big Mike going to whip out on the world stage?
Just imagine.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's too well known that Big Mike is Big Mike. I don't think they can bring Big Mike out for anything, apart from a National Democratic Convention. I don't think they could do it. They're the only people that listen to Big Mike. Everyone knows Big Mike's Big Mike. He's got a dick bigger than all of us put together.
Imagine if they put Big Mike
swinging that 8-foot thing around on stage.
Imagine if they put Big Mike against Donald Trump again, thinking that like Big Mike was going to absolutely walk in.
I think the Orange Mashiach would destroy Big Mike in a debate.
Fucking hell, I can't deal with it anymore.
I'd love to watch it.
I'm still down with the prediction that the Orange Mashiach is the last president.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I don't think there's going to be anything after him apart from
Baron Trump could be the.
Yeah, because then they technically might not be a president anymore. Because if Trump gets hold of like Greenland and the Panama Canal, you could call him like it's not just a country he's in charge of. He's in front like an emperor, empire.
Check it, Michael. If
Trump.
If the Don takes Greenland, takes Canada, then gets assassinated, JD Vance is the standing president until Baron von Trump comes of age to be elected.
Oh yeah, because that's another prophecy,
he could be,
isn't it?
He could be the standing Mashiach.
What about
JD Vance with his beard, and until Baron comes up? Because who better to elect the Antichrist? To get him elected, like when his father was assassinated.
Serious question.
I'm just saying. I think it's a setup. I think it's all a setup.
Big shout out to Ryan Sanders. He's tuned in. Remember, we've got
Ryan Sanders, my favourite Christian Reich rapper.
We have got Ryan Sanders CDs to give away. Anyone that buys any merch off the website tonight, you get a merch pack with stickers, coasters, Ryan Sanders CDs. Let me just put the link on the screen. That's another... We're always running so many competitions. We give so much back to the Ramesh community. It's unbelievable.
I've never fucking got anything.
What do you mean?
I've literally
put that jumper on your back. I've literally put the clothes on your back that you're wearing.
I am wearing a free jumper. Right,
put some respect on the Rise Above name, please.
The rest I've had to buy.
Yeah. Right. Where were we?
Running a damn business here.
We were talking.
No, I do it all for the good. All for the good, Joe, mate. Like yourself.
I got you a new chair. Just ages ago.
You did.
And you've got your own computer now. Right. Okay, so we still haven't got past the first subject, which is the grooming gangs.
The only reason you got me my own computer is because you like hogging that too over there.
Yeah, boy, computers. I want this one to myself.
Fucking Lance over there in mission control.
Got to be done. Got to be done.
It runs deep.
Yes. Right. Ex-Labour.
To tell you the truth, one's too many for me.
What? One computer?
Yeah, you can keep it.
Well, I'm getting you another screen soon.
No, fuck! I don't want it, Lance.
No,
you can have a third. You can have a third over there. Anyway, come on.
Right, okay, yeah, we need to get on with these subjects here. So, the ex-Labour councillor, another one here, has been noted as defending former Labour minister Ivor Cappin. Oh no, so the first Labour minister, this guy that was done for grooming, this other guy has been defending him, and he's been jailed for child sex offences. This is back in 2022. Who knew that? He is a horny gay man who wanted a sexual encounter, and age did not concern him, so it seems. 15 or 16, his age being early 60s. Is he a monster? This is his actual post. Amazing. It's just more evidence of exactly the same thing here.
This is what I'm saying, mate. This is so, like, out in the open. This is for...
And
like,
doesn't it suit them wonderfully, going back to the low-hanging fruit argument, if on one hand you have these disgusting monsters who are lone wolves who prey against young children, and then on the other hand you've got people who, just have this sickness.
It's actually more complex than that. When we were talking about hierarchical paedophilia earlier, I'd like to make it known that within the lower levels, the peasant levels of paedophilia, you've still got a hierarchical system. Do you remember the scandal about the canal boats in London?
Yes.
They were just like people typically who didn't want a fixed abode, do you know what I mean? And there was a massive thing that all the boroughs in London that connected via canal, and they were all living on canal boats, inviting disabled children on for boat rides, come and, and just leaving them on the boat with these fucking nonsense. Do you remember all that?
Absolutely awful.
That was a massive thing. So I would argue that is an upper echelon level of the peasant level of paedophilia. Do you know what I'm saying? They've got their own little ring and network going on, probably making a bit of money off it from like the boat trips.
That's
and stuff
sort
as well.
of what I was trying to say earlier on. It's like there's different levels to this than the guy that's doing it himself or even doing it with his mates.
And then it goes right up to elite hunting parties in the woods.
Yeah.
Imagine the world, imagine growing up thinking, and the world telling you that you have this sick perversion, and all of a sudden you meet somebody who has the same sick perversion as you. This is why these people
You'd go to the pub together.
This is why these people lie for one another, for people that they barely know. This is why it's so difficult to make the connections. This is why, even when we go to the police and we give them times and dates, it's difficult for the police to investigate these kind of things because the system is set up for it to fail in that way.
Is somebody asking here in the chat where they can get a canal boat? Like, what the fuck is that?
Dark Andy, where can I get a canal boat?
Come on, man! Like,
it's like Kieran D of Patreon. So, I think where I wanted to go with this, and if anyone just saw what I wrote down.
Oh my God, King of Sting as well. Like, what's wrong with you people?
Canal boaters. Dear, oh dear. I just wrote on the Schwaber's board. There's a concept which I keep coming back to that again was brought to us by Inner Guardians. The difference between the Great Awakening and the Dark Enlightenment. And we talked about this on Patreon in great detail the other night when you dropped the big steaming rabbit. And I look at it like this. In a Great Awakening, when people start to learn about institutionalized, ritual abuse, paedophilia, like we've been talking about tonight, you would sort of hope that something changes, i.e. there was a big movement against it or something, or et cetera, like an awakening and then an action. That's the Great Awakening. But on the other side of this coin, we've got the Dark Enlightenment, where all of the grisly details are brought to light in exactly the same way, put on a table in a big purple pie for you. Here you go. We're talking about the purple pie concept.
Purple berry pie, Michael.
Right, so the disgusting shit is shown to you, but it's done in a very subtle way that basically it doesn't solicit any change. It doesn't solicit a mass movement against it. Nothing actually happens. It just becomes normalized. And this is what the Dark Enlightenment is all about. It's normalized to the fact that people just become totally desensitized to it. and it does become the norm. And I hate to say it, I think that the reason that we're reporting on these stories from the mainstream media, because it's literally full of this, and social media, this stuff at the moment, all of this stuff is coming to light for anyone that's just starting to pay attention. But I do fear that rather than it being an organic great awakening, it's being a manufactured dark enlightenment. Give me some flames in the comment section if you get what I'm sort of talking about there.
Targeting in the wrong places.
Like we all know, we're in the midst of the apocalypse, and what is an apocalypse? It's an unveiling. Here's the unveiling of the most heinous shit that goes on. There you go. Take that with your rabbit in the morning, Michael.
So
then drop your kids off at school.
Yeah.
To a load of strangers. Just go and do that. Great thinking, guys.
Most violent we have a caller. It's the one and only Diego Tequila. Welcome to Rise Above.
How you doing, bro? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, man. Some interesting conversations. Very deep and very dark.
Yeah, did you call me gay earlier in the chat?
Yeah?
Yeah, come on, man.
Of what? Are you gay?
No, man. No,
Your missus takes it in the butt. Come on.
No. Good to hear from
all
you,
right?
Diego.
Nothing but love, honestly. Nothing but love, honestly. And nothing but love for you guys. Yeah, this is a very interesting chat tonight. And thanks to Casey for telling her story. I've spoke to her quite a lot over the last year about things. And we were going to do a podcast about certain things about this as well. So where do you think we are with society, yourselves? Where do you think we are?
It's fucked.
I think it's being deliberately I don't to say it's being deliberately destroyed is wrong. It has been destroyed for ages, but I think the destruction is being deliberately unveiled. One, to normalise it, to make everything just a bit more satanic, to lower the standards of what's acceptable with regards to sexual deviance and abuse.
100%. 100%.
I'm going with Yuri Bezmenov.
But yeah,
demoralisation,
depression.
Okay.
I mean, we're well underway.
Yeah.
I think
so. With some of the stuff that I've been looking into and what I've looked into before. So for myself, right. Before we go any further, I'm going to say this. I believe the age of consent should be 18. Okay.
Okay.
There's many reasons for this. Okay. Now, we've been told by psychology and science that the human brain, is not fully developed until 30 as well. So there's a lot of things that I have a lot of disagreements with about this. But when we look into, like you were talking earlier about Muslim societies and all these other societies, about how they can have sex with 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds and stuff like that, I don't agree with that. I don't. Like I've said, I believe the age of consent maybe should be 18. And if you actually look into British law, even in British law, not to go daddy dragon on this, but in Scotland until what was it, the 1700s, 1900s, we could have sex with a 12-year-old. So there was something very prevalent. There's something quite gross about this. So if we've developed science and stuff like that, and neurodivergency and all that stuff, and we're taking that on board, then we need to, we need to take a bit of space with all that kind of sexual deviancy like we're talking about, really.
Yeah, because I've said it on the show before, the kind of stuff that is being normalised now, like literal sexual deviancy, that I think it was last week we talked about that hoe that's basically been being made famous for like fucking 1,000 guys in 12 hours. Right?
Lily Edwards, right?
She's called Bonnie Blue.
I think that's her porn star.
Right, her real. Oh, you know her real name.
Joe, are you on the call, Joe? Nice to meet you, Joe.
Hello, Diego. I don't know what it was. I just found this really sad, to be honest.
Firstly, you have a lot of very good points to put through and stuff, and you're very right on stuff. A lot of things is very bad.
Diego, it just, as the father of a daughter, like when I see these stories, that the ones like Lance was just talking about, like it absolutely terrifies me, to be honest, like of the world. But do you a lot of people that I speak to are kind of being pushed further apart in society in the kind of man versus woman issue.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. We are literally being pushed apart. It's gross. It's disgusting.
What
I
is
don't
the
like
common
it.
ground then? Do you think between men and women? Do you think that
It's
it could bring
going
us back
towards
together?
I'm the common ground to how we come back together. Maybe we've got to heal. Maybe we've got to fight against the system that's going on. I'm not sure. It's just socialist system that they're trying to engage with us, right?
Absolutely, and I think like relationships and bonding and being with people who you have a connection with, and actually of course like the people can go out and do what they want to do. I'm a big advocate for not telling people what to do with their bodies, but at the end of the day, like in terms of in terms of promiscuity, like I do think that there is very much a drive, the same way that there is towards men right now, to almost dislike women. There's the same way for women to
100%.
to be liberated. I mean, I know of women.
We can break this down from like the 50s onwards and stuff like that.
Hang on, guys. Let's just address the comment here from our sponsor, Liberty Silver Designs, King of Sting. I've said it once and I'll say it again. It's like 1920s Berlin around here.
It was called the Weimar Republic, wasn't it?
Now let's break that down for anyone who doesn't know about that. What was going on in 1920s Berlin? It was the absolute centre of debauchery. Way worse than
child
Amsterdam
prostitutes
everywhere.
on the streets.
Child prostitutes on the streets. Fucking men thinking they're women, women thinking they're men, people thinking they're fucking potatoes. Honestly, it was an absolute debauchery, and that's why something happened.
Yep.
And also
to combat that,
I was going to say about when I started this point, and I just went on a rabbit hole. That this is an example. Another example is very cliche. The fall of Rome. One of the greatest civilizations in clown world history, allegedly, right before literally the place fell apart and the society was over, they were gorging on stuff, mukbang videos.
Yeah.
They were having orgies. Child prostitution was rampant.
Mate,
homosexuality was not just a minority of people. It was promoted. Cross-dressing, all the stuff that we're seeing now.
It's really weird, right? The gatekeeper, Christian Reich, Joe Rogan, he's said multiple times in his podcast over the last couple of years. He said that before the demise of every great civilization, they're obsessed with gender.
Absolutely,
that's what he says, and like I've looked into that, and he's right. He is right.
It's dirty. It's dirty. You're right.
And what's going on now? We're absolutely obsessed with gender. And if you go with Jason Arquette's model of the geographical reset coming in May 2040, I'd say that's the end of a civilization, considering that I'd say America's the worst for it. And he predicts that the America's going to get fucked.
So it's fair to say this probably happened many times again in between the fall of the Roman Empire and 1920s Germany.
Yeah, but maybe it's built. I mentioned the parasitical entity earlier. Maybe this is built into the simulacrum. Maybe this is an actual function of it.
Well, here's the thing. Go on, Joe.
Sorry, I was going to say, I can't remember the exact name, but I believe that there's a Swedish doctor recently who was cancelled because she spoke of trauma bonding and how basically every time we have sex, our body kind of gives off signals, and when you do this continuously, eventually then it becomes hard to bond emotionally. And I don't think that that's a particularly conspiratorial subject.
It's not, dude. It's not.
As someone who's done a fair share of that, and ended up in some pretty dark, lonely times. I don't think that's necessarily a conspiratorial thing, but you challenge any form of sexual liberation in the year 2025, and you might as well be you're right.
Joe, you're completely right there. You do not give your sexual energy, you do not give your power to people like that. You have to preserve it to the people that you need to connect
But
with.
but
You do.
at a younger age, we're promoted to do precisely.
We
the opposite.
are, yeah.
Look at
And
the
younger
fucking-
and younger. That's
Look
the
at
problem.
the hip hop and R&B culture and all that, and like in the
Yeah,
60s,
yeah.
rock and roll.
Okay,
just-
here is a little maybe truth bomb or something for you. So I'm not sure when you were born or anything like that. So I'm like back end of the 70s, right? So I'm a Gen X, okay? So I grew up in stranger danger. Where are we right now? We're stranger danger again, right?
Nah, mate,
Okay,
we're not. We're like getting Uber from someone who you don't know.
No, we're like strangers.
We're just
safe.
getting Uber, mate.
We're like import loads of strangers and tell everyone there's nothing to worry about.
that's
No, I get you. No, I get you. But again, look, step back. It's stranger danger, right? The Muslims are the stranger danger. The other people are the stranger danger. There is a stranger danger. Again, recycle back to where I've said how the even in England in the early 1900s, there was no legal age of consent.
Absolutely.
So they are trying to get us back to that situation, right?
It's like
No?
I think so.
It's like the people in charge have such a sexual perversion that
They
they are
do,
trying to.
yeah,
they're
100.
trying to
I get you.
twist, they're trying to
Yeah.
twist amongst society
Well,
what most healthy people know, which is
Yeah,
that you can have sex with somebody that you have a
100.
good connection
Maybe we could
with.
take it a step further, right? If we look at the two other examples we've just talked about, which are thousands of years apart, the Roman Empire and 1920 Germany, right? So we know what happened, but what was the outcome? It was actually the destruction. Well, basically, the society started falling apart. So,
Yeah.
And in 1920s Germany, someone stepped in to take care of it. So, fairly,
Yeah, exactly.
we can conclude
In
that maybe
1933, actually.
in 1933, maybe we can conclude that
Kids need a father.
No shit.
Maybe we can conclude that the actual goal of all this stuff is not just to normalise things like paedophilia. It's actually to deliberately destroy the civilization, i.e., the developed West.
Michael.
Break up families. Kids need
Michael.
a father.
Again,
That's
you
another
can go back to
controversial.
that.
That's another controversial opinion in the year 2025 is that kids need a father.
How dare you, Joe?
I know. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of wonderful, strong single mothers that have brought up children. I'm not in the you should stay, married to somebody that abuses you. But has the single mother generation not shown us that we need to try harder to keep families together, or at least make sure that we have children with people that we like? Children are such a blessing, and again, the cult makes such a job of making sure that your children are just different numbers in your life, just a different tick list. That what happened to us cherishing our children, and I suppose that then would make it harder for them to take off us, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would certainly make it harder. The first thing that's got to be attacked is the family if you want to destroy the society, because that's what holds it together. So, yeah, I can't disagree with anything that's been said so far. Any other topics or truth bombs you want to bring to us, Mr. Tequila, before we let you go?
Always, bro, always. But yeah, we'll go tonight. My phone is dying and stuff, but yeah, I'll call in again.
Cool, man. Good to
All right,
speak to you.
mate, and we'll see you at the weekend in March.
Yeah. Andy, you're gay.
Thanks, man.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Andy PG has just pointed out to me that we haven't had anyone sub to the Patreon.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Or buy any merch during the show tonight. I'd just like to remind you, if you sub to our Patreon in the next 14 days, you might as well do it right now. You are entered into a competition where you can win the RAR drive. Over 1 terabyte of Ramish material. Everything we've ever produced in video format goes on this hard drive. All the music, all the memes, with a certificate of authenticity. Can you end that phone call, please, PG? You're supposed to be the operator, bro. You have to get on the Patreon and sub to be in the competition. So do it now. You won't be sorry. We have got shitloads on there. And the other way you can win stuff in the next week, I'll just put the Patreon thing on the screen. The link is in the description. So much content on Patreon. And the other way you can win some free bits is if you purchase anything off the website, a beanie, a t-shirt, you will get a merch pack. Stickers, coasters. Where's the Rise Above coaster?
Christian Reich CDs by Ryan Sanders.
Ryan Sanders CDs. You get Dr. Kimchi stickers as well. And yeah, that's how you support Rise Above, bitches.
Bitches. Is Andy actually gay? No, I'm not a king of Sting, and you know damn well I'm not.
Right.
I think he said gay.
Yeah,
he spelled it with a G-H-E-Y.
With a H-Y.
Yeah, there we go.
It's different, isn't it? It's not the same gay.
It's like me calling you a fag, King of Sting. Or Craig. Yeah, all right, mate.
See, I call people fags all the time, but never gay people.
You can't call people a fag now in public.
No, as long as they're not gay. If they're a fag for other reasons, like driving a big stupid motorbike.
You'll get a liberal up your ass.
Guys, did you guys do a best meme of 2024?
We didn't, did we?
No, I already wish we had.
Actually, to be fair, Joe, our memeticians have been slacking. Of recent.
Can if you do decide to do one, can I just put the nomination in for Lance's, because it's still
which one?
The every time I get told off for saying the word gay or retard, it's always by someone who's gay or retarded.
The problem is you're a fucking retard.
Mate, that went viral, didn't it? There was like 4,000 likes and like people going mental.
I cried, and all I did was put laughing, crying faces, and all of a sudden I just like log on to Facebook after a show one night, and I've got like all these 700 angry faces or something, and you're literally you got it went viral, didn't it?
It's one of the most, apart from the Serco speech, it was the most viral thing I'd ever done. And
Serco speech is quite literally why we've got half the people subscribed.
At least half the people that are watching right now sort of know me from the Serco speech. But another one that I posted a couple of weeks before the gay retarded one was also a gay and retarded meme. It wasn't even mine, but it said, when I was growing up, I knew the world would be cruel and harsh and evil, but I had no idea it would be so gay and retarded. Right? It just literally black text,
highly retarded,
white box, and thousands of comments, people going mental, calling me like the biggest homophobe ever. And I was like, I'm sorry, did you not realise that whole generation of people in the English-speaking world use the word gay as a derogatory term for things that are just shit, boring, lame?
Man.
You can't these days, mate. You can't, Michael.
You say gay, retarded, or fat.
I have got...
And it's like everyone from all the circles comes together to attack you.
I have got a video for our subscribe pay-per-view link only presentation. I've got a small clip of my man, my favourite researcher, David Irving. I've got a clip of him talking in that back in the 70s.
Right.
And if we played that on Rise Above now,
oh my God,
we would be taken down within 3 seconds. Right, it is.
But one of those Rise Aboves where the show stops live. And it just goes
yeah. We'd be gone, mate. We'd be gone from what he says there. But I kind of agree with him.
Okay, well, yeah, you need to subscribe.
You'll have to subscribe.
To even get the invite link to get that pay-per-view. That was so spicy. Holy shit. Right, back to the Schwab show. Because we're still on
back to the Schwabers board.
Back to the Schwabers board. So, breaking: Rotherham grooming gang victim Sammy Woodhouse received a phone call from South Yorkshire Police tonight demanding she deletes her ex-posts. So this actual victim of the grooming gangs has been posting about it on her own social media
because
page.
it's too far right.
It's too she
too
probably
far
had
right.
a knock at the door for being a racist or something.
Far right.
Britain is not well. And also, I think that, this is from this week as well, January the 11th. Thousands of paedophiles and rapists removed from sex offenders register despite serious crimes. This is all
like if I'm correct about Nigel Farage being set up here to be the saviour for the UK, like Donald Trump is for the US, this may have actually happened, right? And like for them to actually go around this girl's house, a victim, and like fucking traumatise her and say you've got to like take this down just to get him promoted, just to gain some trust. How fucked up is that?
What you're talking about, like multi-stage theatre psyop here?
Yeah. Like, but there's the victim right at the bottom of the pile, and she's then getting
she
just
has
fucked by the state after being like.
It's absolutely crazy.
It's
while
really bad.
Headlines like this on the right-hand side are coming out, this one, thousands of rapists and sex offenders removed from the register, or let off, or the Prime Minister's gone to 21 different meetings where they decided not to put paedophiles in jail. This is all coming out at the same time.
Oh,
There's no
Joe
way.
Ward has actually sent me a picture of what's this girl's name?
Sammy Woodhouse.
Sammy Woodhouse.
Oh wow. Okay, so
get the peasant cam up there, Michael.
Wait a second.
I feel terrible. I feel like I'm just keep coming on your show every year and just
No,
name
not at all.
dropping.
No, no, this
Hey,
show-
this is why we
this
want you on,
show-
because you've actually got first-hand experience.
Yeah,
You're really actually talking
this
to these
is
people.
like
We're sat in the studio, mate.
First hand, mate. This isn't us just reporting on stuff. We're bringing in people who know this.
So
shit.
maybe while I just quickly go for a wee, we'll just give the floor to Joe for a second, and you can explain like in what capacity have you met this girl and what she told you.
So,
if you can talk about it, by the way.
Absolutely. So I can speak about it because she's not actually a victim that I've worked with, but she is a survivor that I've met. We both attended Tommy Robinson's trial, and this is something that I was going to touch upon earlier.
His recent one.
His recent trial earlier in the year where he was sent to prison. Now, the reason that I attended this one was obviously because of the platforms. We like to give everything that's going on to do with free speech, freedom, a platform. That's just something that I personally believe in. Even if you don't like free speech, I think that you should.
If you're a
still
communist,
respect
even
the
if you're a
right-
communist,
you should respect the right to people's right to say it, as long as it's not about fucking kids or murdering people. Then I give you a pretty much free pass. But I went to Tommy Robinson's trial for that exact reason. I wanted him. I wanted the system to know that there were survivors out there who didn't necessarily go with the idea that all paedophiles were Pakistani grooming gangs or right wing. I wanted people to know that some of us, some survivors like myself, have been screaming about paedophile networks in this country for years, and I met Sammy. I spoke with her. We do have different opinions based on the type of platform she runs and the type of platforms that and the types of things that I believe in. But I followed her story for a long time. I had an opportunity.
You've clearly got some common ground there, right?
I had an opportunity to speak with her. She was. Had a real open ear. Again, somebody who I thought maybe because I was coming at a slightly different angle might not want to hear what I had to say about it, but again was very open. And I think it's important within these things, as I said to you guys earlier, that and as your caller Casey so rightly pointed out, that we don't lose track here of the fact that this is about giving survivors a voice within this. And Sammy, I can't speak to her political affiliations or the things that she believes personally, but I know I've heard her story and I believe her story because as I said with the book earlier, that there are different victims of sex trafficking and different forms of
again, it takes us back to the whole tier structure of what's going on here.
For
sure.
These stories, with these details, like Sammy, like myself, that that we go and I said actually recently, because somebody else asked me about Sammy, and I just said if the police or society in general, mum and dad. I'm not just talking about like us on the internet, the people that are awake to these kind of things, even the friends that kind of go, yeah, I know it's not going on, but don't really do anything about it. I'm talking like mum and dad. If it's put in their face and they believe even one thing of a story of a survivor like mine or like Sammy's, then they have to start looking into other things and going, actually, is he telling the truth about that? Is she telling the truth about that? And then they start to realize that this is all like puzzle pieces, and Sammy has one piece, I have another piece,
but there's
has
something going
piece.
on in the greater spectrum of things which is widely being ignored.
I got to address this comment on the screen. I have to address this comment. Melvin P says the article, and I need to know what article are you talking about?
I think we're talking about the one with Sammy Woodhouse, no?
Right, yeah, but he's saying this article is complete BS. The AI has you all. Well, listen, Melvin P, I'm not going to...
Well, maybe he's talking about the independent one.
Well, that's what I'm about to say.
Melvin P, can you clarify here?
Because obviously Joe has just literally shown a picture of him with the person in the article. So this is a real person. She's not created by AI. But I don't doubt that some of this other peasant baiting, please don't get us wrong here, could be AI generated.
Put another comment up here just before we asked him to respond and clarify.
He's just saying that everyone's tracked online. I'd just like to clarify my point anyway, that I don't doubt for a second that some of this stuff is being generated by AI to fill the gaps. They've always said like up to 60 to 70% of online news stories are now written by AI. Is there an AI system that is doing this huge psyop? Probably. But it's also actually happening as well, and there are actually real people involved,
and it's probably programmed by paedophiles.
And yeah, that's what I was going to say. Say the order of the day within the cult was that we need to take down child pornography or pornography for some reason. Could they weaponize a survivor like myself?
Absolutely.
In order to fit their agenda, and suddenly start taking things like I've said on this show tonight and going, see, now we're trying to do this, or we're trying to do that when it fits their agenda. Absolutely, I don't discount that they could do that with anybody, regardless whether that's Sammy, Tommy, Katie Hopkins, anybody. They could do that with anybody to fit an agenda. I think they do that all the time, don't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. That they always kill multiple birds with one stone. That's the way it works. Right. Let's move on a little bit. We've been talking about this in length tonight. We talked about it last week. And I also brought up these sub-subjects about this crazy thing where Bradford, which was one of the towns which is constantly named in this story, has been given the UK City of Culture for 2025.
We did showcase this a few weeks ago, no?
Yeah. Now, the reason I'm bringing it up again, it was last week. Since that has been announced, this huge news story, this is from today, from Jan 17th. This is just broke, and I believe Becky S sent us this.
No, sorry, beg your pardon. I'm talking about Birmingham. Wasn't there one Birmingham was...
No.
Yeah, there was. I've got it. I'll put it on the rise above.
Well,
page.
The ones that we covered last week was Bradford.
I'm not talking about last week, Michael.
Oh,
I'm talking about before we went away for Christmas. I'm sure Birmingham was voted cultural city.
Maybe that was for last year.
It was. I think it was cultural city of the UK, and obviously we all know the demographic predominantly, which is in Birmingham. It's not fucking English.
No. I went to Birmingham recently for a concert. I was just walking down the street. I just stopped to light my smoke, like you do. And some guy, he started talking to someone. I'm like, "Where's good to eat, man?" He's like, "You're in Birmingham. There's nowhere good to eat." I'm like, "Dude, come on."
My point being, it's bait because Rotherham. It's Grooming, it's big than Rotherham.
They're saying there's a huge story about Bradford that makes Rotherham look like Sesame Street that's about to break in the midst of it being named City of Culture of the Year.
It's bait. Them naming it the City of Culture and Birmingham being like for 2024. I'll find the article.
I think it's even more bait that Rotherham got children's capital.
That's what I mean, mate. It's all bait. This is all bait.
Did you know about that, Joe?
No.
Yeah,
no,
we showed the graphic for it last week. I haven't got it to hand now because I don't keep all the Schwab shows. But at the same time that Bradford is the City of Culture, it has one of the lowest average IQs in the country and the highest rate of birth defects, 2 times higher than the national average. And Rotherham is the grooming capital of England, according to the mainstream media, and that's getting children's centre of culture for the year.
It is Birmingham 2024.
Right.
It won the Arts and Culture Award.
The Arts and Culture Award.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to the Schwabers board. We are finally finished with the grooming gang subject.
Guys.
Yes, Joe.
Mind if I nip to the bathroom?
Mate,
Yes,
mate, take a break. You've been on fire tonight. Thank you very much for your contribution so far. We've definitely put that to bed for the moment until we've got some more on the story. We're not going to, zoom in on it too much. The next one is also something that was covered last week. It is LA wildfires. Now, I think we went into quite a lot of detail last week. I think we were quite impartial. We talked about all the possibilities about what could be going on. What were some of the aspects of the wildfires?
We said possible DEWs, but I don't think it's the case.
Yeah.
We said about individual arsonists. We said about land grabs. We said about the Schwab City plans for 2028. We covered the full spectrum of Schwabery.
What was it? someone with a surname like Crowley being the fire chief.
That's right. Yeah.
We had the receipts of the arsonist being arrested, and apparently they had UN credit cards and stuff like that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That
Remember?
was the, yeah.
Okay.
There was apparently a homeless man who was caught setting fires. Who when they searched him, he had a prepaid credit card from the UN.
I got sent this. I can't remember who sent this to me this week, and I don't even know when this is from. It's obviously sometime in the last couple of years. The date at the top is a little bit blurred. I can't actually make it out, but this is the front cover of Time magazine, and the headline underneath, "Climate is everything." If anyone can't see that, it actually says how the pandemic can lead us to a better, greener world, by Justin Werland. Sounds like Worldland. And there's matches being put to various parts of the world. Is my geography totally off? Is that match on the left over here? I know it's a little bit high, but that is on
It's California, mate.
It's on the west coast of America.
I'm saying that's probably Sacramento.
Right, is that California?
But yeah.
Okay, I thought California might be a little bit lower, but California is there. So we've literally got the front of Time magazine with a match being put to California, and this is sometime in the last couple of years. I thought that was an interesting tidbit.
As well, I'd like to add a note that I'm not sure you're aware, Michael, if you've seen Archaic's last 2 weeks worth of presentations.
I've had a look at.
He did one. I sent you I did a little screen recording, didn't I, of when he was talking about the second seal being broken, and it's a fiery horseman engulfs the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
And look what's happening.
He's saying it's Apollo Helios. Yeah,
Apollo Helios.
I think
there's a switch from Apollo Pharmacia.
I think we've actually got some. I need to put my glasses on. I can't read that. We've actually got some videos.
Are you getting old?
I am getting old. Right. So what you talked about smart cities. Check this out. Back on the main screen. Come on.
So has everyone got the gist there?
I think the main learning point there was this idea about the train network, because this is something that I've seen this done on fires that happened 4 or 5 years ago, and not just the Australia fire. It does seem like this could be the underlying reason. It's not just you want to build a new city. When you do something like building a highway or a train line, you actually have to get everything out of the way. You can't just build one little neighbourhood at the time. You need to clear quite a lot of space.
The thing is,
there's a clear correlation there.
The thing is, as well, when they're talking about train lines, it is quite sinister, because back in 2020, when we were going full Agenda 2030, Rockefeller documents, all of it, there's a document which states that by 2050, there will be no air travel whatsoever. None whatsoever. It will all be from these high-speed mag trains that go undersea. And
is that necessarily a bad thing? If
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
If you're allowed to take a high-speed mag train.
I don't know, Michael, because what a horrible way to die.
What, under the water?
Under the water in a train tunnel. Like, all they've got to do is do one little explosion.
Got some comments here.
Hashtag Mossad.
The LA Smart Rail system is supposed to be in place by 2028. That's to meet with the Olympics as well. So we've also got that. So
again, we already said earlier that they killed multiple birds with one Schwab stone.
Absolutely. Let's have another look at another video.
It's another as well. This is gonna absolutely destroy a good portion of the California middle class in LA.
But there's one thing that isn't being destroyed. Go on, Joe.
I was just going to say, do you guys lean into the conspiracies that they might be destroying evidence?
We did mention that last week because we showed a list of all of the properties of A-listers that were affected, and it was basically 33% of the Epstein flight list. P. Diddy's house has gone up in smoke. A number of other people that were literally those kind of names that are in that A-list ring. I think it's all on the table. I've often said...
Imagine if your P. Diddy and all of that were... This is just all a show. They know they're going to get off. It's all just a little distraction tactic. Oh no, whoopsie, their home's gone up. We can't do the trial. There's no evidence he was going to come out. And he knew that anyway.
No, I do think it is like that. I think that
everything, like you said, everything could be on the table.
You know, people that say this, all us tinfoilers say that these wildfires happen all the time. It's like, yeah, in dry places they have yearly burns.
Yeah, normally trees burn.
If there was something that you wanted to do in an area of the world that has these yearly burns, then when those yearly burns are likely to go on, that'd be a great place, a great time to also guide the catastrophe to your own means. A, get people off the land, make way for your Schwab city. B, get rid of the evidence of all your pedo networks so that the actual perpetrators can get off while we still normalise it and we still let everyone know what happened.
Absolutely.
We do the dark enlightenment. Everyone knows that everyone's a paedophile in certain areas, but we destroy all the evidence so no one gets prosecuted. And, you know, we're killing multiple birds with one stone. You know, the parasite's clever. It's not dumb. It doesn't ever just do something for one reason.
God,
don't forget
the most fucking American thing in the history of the world was when about 4 days into it, somebody was like, I think it was one of the firefighters was like, guys, we're literally in California, we're surrounded by water. Why don't we use the water from the sea, to try and put out these fires? And all of a sudden, you literally saw the cult scrambling. They were like, why aren't we doing this? And they came up with this awful excuse about how if they used the salt
the land,
that it would like ruin the land. It would ruin the agriculture that was currently burning to the fucking ground. Like you just
to be fair, fire isn't necessarily a bad thing for the actual ground, where the salt water would be. That would actually be bad, but
this isn't farmland. This is these people.
Farmland,
most of these people probably have AstroTurf.
Yeah, exactly.
In their £1 million houses.
On the agriculture side, but yeah, to stop burning Hollywood
so
down.
Joe
is
absolutely
by all
right.
means, like I'm more than willing to be educated on this subject because I have been done on a couple of AI things.
It is right.
Well.
It is right what they are saying, but what they're saying isn't fucking applicable to literally 90% of the area where this is going on.
So let's go back to this salt water thing. I've seen, look at the meme I've got on the screen right now. Another good segue. So salt water doesn't put out fires. Confused Unga Bunga. And I guess this is sort of alluding to the fact that yes, the obvious thing is that okay, the reservoirs were empty, the fire hydrants didn't work, but there were pictures of houses that are literally on the beach a couple of meters away from the sea.
Yeah, that's retarded.
That were burning.
That's retarded.
So they're saying what? They're saying you can't spray salt water on land because it will ruin the land. What is
basically? Look, if you look back in history,
someone confirm if that is actually true?
If you look back in history, right, whenever there was a war, whatever, or another tribe wanted to go in, murder a tribe, anyone that's left, they'd burn the houses down and salt the land so nothing would grow there, and that no one could survive, and then they'd fuck off.
That's one aspect. The other aspect is I've heard that another reason why you couldn't do it is because all of the debris in the sea would break the pumping systems.
Oh, fuck off. No,
now, that sounds like a bullshit excuse.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Okay. Right.
I just feel like I said, on a balance of options of like everybody's shit burning to the ground.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe us having to replace a few systems.
No, because I think in the cult's mindset, Mother Nature, the planet, is more important than people and their shit. That's the mindset in California. It is though, isn't it? They're all
Do you know
climate. They're
what?
all for climate change.
Every
they
time
love it.
I think something is absurd, I keep remembering we're talking about
But it's California. That's what I'm saying. They love it.
Absolutely.
They love it there.
It fucking is absurd.
I think
it's almost like they would rather, even if they saw someone pouring petrol over some like bush and starting a fire, they would still want to say that it's climate change to be virtuous.
Yeah.
And just and ignore the reality. That comes back to the meme at the start of the show about why they can't meme, because they ignore reality. We've got some interesting comments here because what is it? This Melvin P was piping up again saying the equator is the hottest, so where are the fires? Okay,
that's a good point.
That is a good point. Maybe all I said was that California historically has fires, okay, for many years. How do we know that the reason it's so dry there and has these fires isn't because the water services have been deliberately or just badly mismanaged for decades, maybe even a century? Yeah. We don't know. Let's let the next aspect of this, because we need to talk about DEWs again, because since last week I've actually seen more evidence coming out.
Bearing in mind, California is next to Nevada, which is literally a desert.
Yeah.
So it's pretty dry.
But California is also green enough to have things to burn. In a desert, there isn't anything to burn, is there?
No.
You can't start a desert fire because there's no combustible material there.
No.
But then again, they're obviously densely populated. Well, not densely populated. So a lot of these buildings that have burnt, it's not like houses in England. Detached house might have that far to the next house, or maybe a couple of meters. These houses are like 10, 20, 30 meters away from each other that are burning.
Why didn't they just start dumping loads of fucking sand on it? On everything.
Well, so I know obviously we shouldn't laugh. We shouldn't laugh about like obviously
or dirt, whatever, sand,
destroyed. The other night there was this program obviously about the fires that are going on at the moment, and there's these two guys on the television obviously talking about the LA wildfires, and they show this video of them fleeing their homes, and the guy's like, oh no, we've got to flee our homes. They're chucking stuff in the car, and my dad comes on and he's like, see, couldn't even get a white couple for this. So fucking hell.
Well, that's what your dad said.
Yeah, Jesus.
We saw one where these two guys who did happen to be white were coming out of the house, and they were like trying to stay in the house. Like, no, we've got to go. And they went outside and they go, look at the tree, and the middle of the tree was burning
from
like,
the inside,
from the inside out. So we need to talk about DEWs because we know about this phenomenon of the blue, right?
Yes.
This all started in Maui. I don't remember anybody talking about this before Maui happened. That there were. And we all saw it on the show, multiple items in the smouldering or, just the ashes that were completely untouched that were blue. We showed a wheelie bin last week. Now, for anyone that has ever seen a wheelie bin that's been near to a bonfire, literally just within a few meters of a small fire, it's the first thing to melt, these wheelie bins. They are of a very low melting point, the plastic. It's very soft plastic on a wheelie bin. This blue wheelie bin was next to a house and a tree that had been just turned to ashes, and it was completely untouched. So here we've got what stands out most about the LA wildfires is that the Church of Scientology and all the Freemason lodges were not affected. Now, I don't know how accurate this picture is. Is this? I believe this is actually a picture of the Scientology encampment. They own all of this land in California. Imagine how much that's worth. Obviously, they've all got blue roofs. And they were untouched. I haven't seen pictures of verified Freemason lodges with blue roofs, so I can't confirm that. It wouldn't surprise me.
I was going to say, speaking of white people getting away with things.
Look at this comment here from Kerry Woolley. DARPA and Biden mentioned blue roofs. So this blue roof narrative is gone out of the conspiracy sphere, out of the rabbit sphere, into the peasant sphere, and it is now a phenomenon that's being talked about. Let me just go here. So this has been a big story this week. It's been in The Guardian and a lot of the other top, peasant publications. California wildfires, Volkswagen van that survived the Palisades, I think that's how you pronounce it, Palisades fire? Palisades fire in Los Angeles is a beacon of hope.
Is it driven in there afterwards?
No, mate, I'm glad you said that, because if that is true...
Well, look at it.
Right, should we
watch it? It's not even black.
Shall we watch a video?
Let alone burning. It's not even black. It's no soot on it.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Watch this video.
Symbol of hope amid LA's devastating wildfires. This Malibu neighborhood was just about entirely wiped out, yet amid the rubble, a lone bright blue Volkswagen van from the 1970s somehow remains virtually untouched.
Pause it. Go back.
This.
Look. Get the cursor, Michael. Look, go on that. Look how black that. This is a white wall here, cream wall. Look, this bit's black, scorched. Like this is black here. This tower above the vehicle.
Yeah.
Come on, man. The tyres would have melted, for fuck's sake.
Mate, there are pictures of cars in the street where the alloy wheels have melted
I'm not buying
and are
it.
running down the street like Terminator 2. So
If this is true, this is a classic example of why everything needs to be discussed. Because if a year ago, when this conspiracy first came out about blue roofs and stuff, you would thought it was absolutely batshit crazy. And
Why
like now
isn't
you
this
say
building?
It's in the mainstream. People are talking
Why
about
isn't
this now.
There's a wall here. If you go above the vehicle, go straight up. There's not a. There's no roof that's collapsed in the centre of this, is it?
yeah, it doesn't look like
Where
it had a roof.
all the rest of the buildings, look, the roofs collapsed in, literally all of them. But this one above it, nice clean wall with no debris on the floor. Maybe that was a building site. Maybe, I don't know.
I have to admit that this does look too good to be true.
Yeah, it's horse shit. This is peasant bait. The fact they're putting out
Mate.
in the mainstream media, what is this, The Guardian?
See, I'm fully on board with the science behind why blue things will survive. Because I've seen the diagrams of the light spectrum. I've seen it explained with people that are talking about high-powered lasers. I've seen a high-powered laser. We showed a video last week when it was shone on the blue thing and it didn't burn it. So there's something to do with the color spectrum and a particular type of blue that was it didn't have it didn't it
There's
had a
something
name
else
like
blue
Lucifer
here, look,
blue.
Michael, look, by the green tree, look.
So I'm not discounting that there is the phenomenon that if these are DEW attacks, that blue might be impervious to that laser because of the colour frequency. But this looks like it's staged.
Yeah, it is staged, and I'll tell you why. Because they baited it from the Maui wildfires that happened there when everything blue was surviving. Bins, cars, gates, roofs, everything that was blue survived there, which I think was actually legit. I think this is bullshit, and I'll tell you what happened. Everyone on the conspiracy theorist front of things, the truther, the idiot fucking retard truthers, were shouting about Asian people after Maui painting all their roofs blue. Well, if you look into Asian culture, having your roof painted blue is a sign of wealth.
So we're actually now
people
suggesting
paint their own roofs blue.
This blue thing
because
is now
they want to show off.
It's part of the psyop now.
Yeah, 100%.
Even if there is some science behind it, it could still be the psyop.
I think this is to muddy the waters with what happened with Maui.
Wow.
That's what I think.
Because here's the thing, this is being reported in mainstream media, but they're not mentioning the aspect that we're talking about. They're talking about it as a beacon of hope.
Even if the car survived,
like it's a miracle.
Even if the car survived, the top of it's not blue. Like if we're talking about
exactly.
If we're talking about laser
yeah,
therapy,
the top of it's white, like everything else that perished.
The wheels aren't melted. The wheels, the alloy we saw in Maui, melted alloy wheels, didn't we? Well, the wheels there aren't melted.
Those are like, yeah.
Come on, it's not the same. It's not the
somehow
same.
remains virtually untouched. The van belongs to surfboard designer Megan Weintraub, who was surfing with friends in Malibu.
What's her name?
Just before the fire laid waste to the county. Megan parked the 1977 VW Type 2 van on the side of the road, little realizing the horror that was about to hit.
She didn't. With that
Look
blue
at the
surfboard.
photo. Nearly.
Yeah, there's a blue surfboard as well.
I said with a blue surfboard.
See how happy
Everything is
the dog
reduced
was.
to rubble, except for that disco-era van. And here is the van today, parked in the exact same spot where Megan left it when.
No, she didn't. With his blue trousers.
Have they cleaned the van? There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Oh,
There's no
those
way.
wheels. They ruined a good conspiracy with those wheels, I think. Those wheels are too clean.
They could have at least made the van look like it was a bit torched or something.
I'd argue the guy doing this report that's not even the same van as in the photograph. That's what I'd argue.
You could have got me to share it on Facebook in the previous picture, but I'm not selling. I'm not selling.
He's wearing blue jeans as well.
Yeah, Snopes. Get someone called Snopes.
Calling horse shit.
Yeah, heeded the order to evacuate. She can't come back for it yet because the neighborhood is still closed to the public. We spoke with Megan and her friend, Preston Martin, who was with Megan when they went surfing.
One of my neighbors.
Go back, Michael. Go back. Back.
What?
Back. Look, there's other cars there. Why aren't they reporting on those cars?
Oh,
they're specifically going for
they're
the
probably
blue.
the film cruise cars, aren't they?
Yeah, but it's...
well, they're saying that the neighbourhood is closed. They're saying that
But look, there's a car down there, down the street. Look, I can see a car down there. Why aren't reporting on... Why are they focusing... Why are they picking the blue car?
Would there not be some ash or something?
That's what
on
I'm
that
saying, mate. It's
car?
not...
Like
it's bait.
stuff's
It's
burning
bait.
around it.
If
the laser stuff is true that it can't burn blue, then the whole roof should have been vaporised, and you'd just been left with the blue part
And
of the
the
car.
front
Still
bumper.
closed
Yeah,
to the
absolutely.
public. We spoke with Megan and her friend, Preston Martin, who was with...
Kieran D says they are the same person.
Raw.
They do look like the same person, but apparently, according to Kleinwell,
One of my neighbors sent me the photo, like, Megan, is that your blue bus? And I'm like, oh, I don't know how it survived. And it was like the light in the darkness of all this insanity.
To have a little glimmer of hope of this bright blue VW bus against the backdrop of charred houses it's sad and it's scary, but it's also beautiful.
Peasant bait at its finest, I think.
That is peasant bait, mate.
It really is. Wow.
And I saw articles and videos about people showing statues of like the Virgin Mary, crucifixes that survived, stuff like that. It's just Christian Reich, mate. Do you remember? Like she just said, "Oh, it's a glimmer of light." In this
I swear that the special shade of blue that
Schwabian blue.
No, it had a name. It had a name that had like either Satan or Lucifer in it. I'm not joking. I can't remember the details, but it's almost like
666 blue.
It's like Venus. Yeah, that was it. It was 666 blue. It's like Venus blue, like
Saturnian blue,
the light bringer. It's just, and they're calling it a glimmer of hope, a beacon of light, and they refer to it as the blue van. They couldn't have been so
Lucifer,
clear.
the light bringer. Yeah.
Well, he's often blue with the Luciferian bloodline is very important because it's Venus, isn't it?
It's peasant bait, Michael. That's
peasant
my
bait.
professional analysis.
Okay, so here's another meme. I've got no idea if this is true or not, but I thought, I'm just showing what's been put out there. We often do this on Rise Above. We show you things that might be fake, that might be memes, but this is what's been put out into the
or
into
are
the
those
peasantverse.
roads very clear and clean?
They're not even scorched.
There's a little bit of ash top right spilled out onto the road.
When you set fire to a house and there's like gas tanks exploding and stuff like that, there would be fucking debris everywhere.
Also, would you? I mean, I don't know how. Maybe I'm going OTT here, but would everything still be so organised? Would you still be able to make out where the houses were?
Well, allegedly
all
all these peasants had time to evacuate, didn't they? So they would have taken all their shit, the dog out the front yard, the car, locked the side gate.
But even so, those houses are full of stuff. And when a house burns, it doesn't burn all at once. Things burn, they pop, they fall down, they explode. There's flammable, there's flammable stuff in people's houses. So you would expect there to be stuff like everywhere, like a proper disaster stuff.
Maybe it's AI image.
Maybe it is. But I can't confirm whether a normal fire burns to black ash and only directed energy weapons burn to white ash. But that's what it says on the Meltrix, and this has got this kind of stuff which is just being I've just seen a comment here from Ian Collins. He's saying Israel blue. It is actually Israeli blue. That's what we'll call it. Maybe that's why they paint, like Epstein paints his temple with Israeli blue, so he can't be
always blue.
Can't be taken out by Talmudic energy weapons.
It means a lot to them.
So, okay, I think we've done enough about DEWs, Mountain Dew. The other, like, just proper clown world aspect of this that we touched on last week is the way that DEI and diversity and LGBTQ is being weaved into the fire story as well, in the form of the administration, which is supposed to be combating the fire, like the fire chief. What are the odds that one fire department would have 2 white and 1 black lesbian fire chiefs? So they've got a diverse group of all lesbian women fire chiefs. I always call them Wisbians.
This has been my favourite memeage because the internet totally did not let us down. As soon as the lesbian thing became the lesbian firefighter thing became a thing, the internet was just all over it. I adored it.
Yeah, they haven't let up on this, and the memes are extensive. And one thing that I covered last week, which is also worth sort of reiterating, is on the far left is the main fire chief, who happens to have a surname of Crowley.
And happens to be far left.
Yeah, and she's like an LGBT activist. So yeah, what are the odds? And just a little funny one here. Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors. Her name literally sounds like coloured. Like they are taking the piss out of us. Patrisse Cullors has tragically lost 2 out of 3 of her Los Angeles mansions in the current wildfires. They are really
2 out of 3, Michael.
But
2 out of 3
that's
mansions.
just out of the 3 mansions that she has in Los Angeles.
What a shame.
My mansions.
What a
they're
fucking
burning.
shame.
By BLM, by lavish mansions. But this sort of like indicates that those are just the mansions she has in California, which would allude to the fact that she has mansions in other states as well. So out of the 3 in California, 2 of them have been tragically lost. I wonder if she had her insurance cancelled as well. I wonder.
I remember some of the peasants on my Facebook feed putting up black profile pictures back in 2020.
Supported by the Black Cube.
I remember all you
profile.
fuckers.
Oh. Noted.
Yeah.
God.
Noted.
Pamela,
Putting up your black cube.
Pamela Swan is laughing her ass off. Okay, so what we got next here?
This is honestly though why this show is so great. Why you guys are so great because
What? Because we point out the fact that
The problem is you're fucking retard.
well, no one else is talking about this shit.
No, because
The problem is you're fucking retard.
I think there are other people talking about it, Joe, but like what we're trying to do here is have a whole rabbit approach and obviously have fun at the same time, and that's what makes it different. And because we're not really watching what we say, and everyone knows that watches this show what it's about, it actually gives us freedom to be able to draw different things in and actually showing the bigger picture of how seemingly unconnected aspects of this clownery are obviously really all part of the same thing. And that's the kind of understanding you can only get.
In my opinion, all of this is laced together perfectly and packaged and delivered to the peasantry by AIX.
It's a perfect schwabery.
Like from the names in the media to the numerology, which is demonstrated on dates, times, stuff like that, all through the media. It's all horseshit. It's all horseshit.
Q-Track says, you guys are paying attention to the mainstream, so I don't have to. Salutes for that. Well, listen, Q-Tracks, it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. Because like we said before, unfortunately, even if you don't pay attention to this stuff, it is still seeping into the peasant consensus.
Do you know what I do?
Into the world that we all live in.
Do you know what I do often? I go to work in the morning and I listen to Piers Morgan Uncensored on the way to work.
Uncensored.
I start
Piers
my
Morgan.
day with that, just to give me something to think about through the day while I'm working.
I listen
Some
to
talking
I
point.
listen to BBC Radio 2 at work all day, and when I go home, or I go to my parents for lunch,
Mate,
I literally put the
do-
BBC News on because I feel like I have to.
I'm gonna do
see what they're saying.
I'm gonna do a little small 15-minute presentation on that cunt Jeremy Vine.
Oh, and Jeremy
On
Vine.
Radio 2, yeah.
We're gonna do a watch party.
He is the Radio 2. He is the Piers Morgan of Radio 2. I'm telling you, all he does is shit stir. He is a shit stir and race baiter, and any cultural issue, he is a full baiter.
Right in there doing the work.
He's the Radio Piers Morgan.
So this is a subject that Joe brought up earlier. Don't you think that one aspect could be they're hiding evidence about the stuff we were, funnily enough, talking about earlier on? A great segue link
because
there.
the only reason I asked you guys was just coming from a personal standpoint. Obviously, I'm not adverse to believe that as a survivor I could be baited in by this kind of stuff, and it does make me emotional. So I wanted to ask you guys, from your point of view, like what if you thought that it could be a possibility as well?
I'm going to reiterate what I was alluding to earlier on. I think it is a possibility. I think it's likely because I think there's, as always, there is more than one thing happening at once. This whether it's the wildfires, whether it's the race baiting, whether it's bringing the horrible aspects of the paedophilia thing to light, it's never ever just happening for one reason. It's fulfilling multiple roles at the same time.
They're not the first charges that have been levelled against Jay-Z and Beyonce either of satanic worship.
No, it's not. No, that's correct.
No, this has been even in people that are just into hip hop that sort of know about conspiracy theories. It's sort of like common knowledge that at Jay-Z level and that like. They're referred to as Baphomet rappers by underground rappers because they are so satanic. You know, he's literally got Rockefeller Records. He's rubbing shoulders with fucking Marina Abramovich.
Shout out to Kanye.
But let's look at these two headlines I've got here, because the reason I often like to put things together that are on the same subject but from two different viewpoints, because I think it shows you the bilateral, the bipolar nature of clown world, right? So on the left, we've got some sort of like social media celebrity-esque publication that's made this meme or this headline saying social media believes Jay-Z and Diddy accusations are just an attack on wealthy black men. So this is like the far left of the liberal media going with the racial aspect to try and make peasant bait. But as you can see,
the map sympathisers.
Yeah, sort of like race-tard map sympathisers. As you can see on the bottom left here, not really getting much traction, seeing as there are 5,500 reactions and they're predominantly laughter. So I think this might even be one of those pages that are towards the urban music scene, which is predominantly black. So even people in the community that this race baiting is being fired at are not having it and laughing back at it. Right, so that's number one. And then on the right-hand side, we've got the Daily Mail, the mainstream media, covering the theory that fires were started to cover up Diddy's crimes and protect any allies he has left. Both coming from, mainstream sources. Do you see what I'm getting at here?
I think this is truth-a-bait.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think this is truth-a-bait. But it's, I agree with what you're saying, but I think there's, like you said, there's multiple reasons for doing this, but this is truth-a-bait. This is, again, causing more division between peasants that were calling out this shit, especially during COVID when no one had anything to do because no one was working.
Have you heard some
and the peasants that completely disagree there's anything satanic about our societal system?
Have you heard some of the allegations that have been read out in the court against P. Diddy?
It's horrendous, mate.
It's not just like, he wasn't just preying on people of age in the music game, like Usher and Justin Bieber. Well, Justin Bieber wasn't of age. There's like literally 9-year-old kids that he was allegedly saying he'll give a record deal, and there was dick sucking involved and stuff. He was a proper pedo.
But it's the same as Epstein getting underage girls. Like in the court documents, all that came out was they were saying that there was underage girls there, but all they were doing was giving massages. I mean.
And Andy's right, it does serve to divide us.
It's a massive divisional tactic.
Even people like us who think the same, I have to stand up for it to a certain extent because of my background as a survivor. That these things do happen, but it does put us against each other massively.
Oh yeah, I've got no doubt that P. Diddy is literally the Epstein of the rap game. I've got no doubt about it at all. But I just find it very interesting how it's being put on a plate for everyone, but there are so many different aspects and so many ways one subject can be used. So on the left, we've got the race baiting towards a particular demographic, and on the right, they are covering literally rabbit hole conspiracy theories and putting them as mainstream headlines. And even if they're saying conspiracy theories claim, it's still being put out on the page. It's still being put out on the screen. It's still going into the peasant consensus. It is,
and they're absorbing
multi-layered how this is working.
Because you've even got now non-conspiracy theorists talking about conspiracy theories.
Massively.
Oh, absolutely.
You imagine the chats around the water fountain at work.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm talking about with this dichotomy between the Great Awakening and the Dark Enlightenment. I'd like to think for people like us, the Great Awakening has already happened personally to each of us at different stages. And now, with our actions and our outlook and our attitude, we've physically ourselves done something about it. But the Dark Enlightenment is all of these people around the water cooler just regurgitating to each other.
They're being shown. And do you remember the Empress said back in 2021? She said that there's some people who are being woken up being shaken up, which shouldn't be.
Yeah, because they won't know what to do with it,
and they can't process it. There's people within the Rise Above community that me and Lance have personally interacted with that really struggled coming to terms with.
Yeah, they
what
said
was
although
going
they loved the show for the last few years, they had to take breaks from it.
Yeah,
because they didn't have the prerequisite knowledge to sort of Because here's the other thing: we've been desensitized to this stuff as well. That's what allows us to talk about it so freely like this.
Do you
we
know
can't forget that.
A massive case of that recently. I don't really want to say too much for legal reasons, but. A huge case of that.
Just say allegedly.
A huge case of that allegedly has been Simon Cowell, and after the death of obviously Liam Payne, the way that many sources within the industry crowded around to protect Simon and his image, and it is my belief, not just my belief, but other people that I know as well, believe that there's a lot more to allegedly come out about Simon Cowell. Let's
I'm sure there is.
Way.
I mean,
allegedly,
we've all seen those pictures of Simon Cowell with the very, very young-looking Asian child.
I just want to say,
I tell you,
but again, it's Simon Cowell. He's got all the fucking money in the world. Is he just not another one that's just not chosen yet to be on the peg like P. Diddy is?
Absolutely.
I just want to call out Melvin P. He's made a couple of sort of semi-combative comments about what we're talking about, that maybe we might be chatting shit in certain regards. He's saying, give me evidence and I'll look at it. Melvin P, mate, this is a call-in show, believe it or not. This is your opportunity to ring in.
The numbers
and have a
on the screen, man.
Please call in and point out where we're getting things about this wrong.
Or just have a conversation with us, mate.
Yeah,
Give us your take, brother.
There has already been 2 or 3 things as well that I've said tonight where Andy's corrected me or I've said something, and so we're open,
mate, we don't
right?
all necessarily have to agree. No one's going to be like hostile to anyone or anything like that. Well, unless you start,
This is why we have customer services, because we want to hear from you guys. So yeah, I mean, how long is the P. Diddy case going to go on for? Like, the guy's allegedly in custody.
All right, Lance, I'll ask you both, but do you boys think he's going to be Epsteined?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, why wouldn't that happen?
If I would argue, if he was a high level,
we have a call.
There we go. Good evening. You are live on Rise Above. Please don't say the C or the V word. Who have we got on the line?
Oh, you got Q-Tracks.
Oh,
Hello,
Q-Tracks. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, not bad, mate. You were talking about Simon Cowell.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly. I've got a bit of experience with Simon Cowell.
Really?
Well, not me personally, but my ex, who used to live in Weymouth, she went on... what do you call it? That's the one. And
allegedly.
Yeah, she has first-hand experience with them. They auto-tuned her to make her sound bad.
Oh, right.
Literally, auto-tuned her to make her sound bad on the show. And he's a bit of a slime ball. He is
Absolutely, it's a technique used in TV production all the time, especially with regular people, to make people look good, make people look bad. People don't realise how easily they're influenced within music, but you could literally ruin somebody week by week on X Factor or Britain's Got Talent by the song that they choose, the way that they sing it, the key that they sing it in, all of these different things. And people don't realise how easily that they're influenced in this. Production do it all the time. Have you seen the most recent Jerry Springer documentary?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, they speak very much about...
it doesn't surprise me.
They speak very much about how it's easy to influence the public's opinion. That's why the sob stories worked for so long as well. But yeah, it's a strong process, the TV talent shows, and I think that we're starting to realise now. Or I think that the victims, what I was kind of alluding to in a way earlier, is I think a lot of the victims are now starting to wake up, realising actually this was a process that that left trauma on me in a way that I didn't
massively, yeah. There's actually people that have committed suicide, isn't there?
Yeah, that maybe they didn't realise at the time, and maybe starting to realise now. But being honest with you, if I put my hand on my heart, I think that that could be said for a lot of the music and entertainment industry.
Yeah, she ended up. She got the footage. She had to take it to court. So, like, if the footage is uploaded to YouTube now, it gets taken straight down. It doesn't even go to the surface. But she had to go to court and everything. Big trauma.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely
Sorry to hear
awful.
that, man.
Proper slime ball.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me the least. Like, as soon as I clapped eyes on Simon Cowell years ago, when I was only just starting to put my foot in the rabbit hole, I clocked straight away. This guy is like a nasty controller. He's like another Savile or an Epstein. Yeah. On another subject, Q-Trax.
That's all I wanted to say anyway.
What do you think about these wildfires? Do you think there's Talmudic energy weapons involved? Do you think it's arson?
I think it's more likely an EV's blown up.
Oh,
an EV's blown up. There's been a strong wind. It set one of those wooden houses on fire, and that's probably either that or the smart meters. I don't believe in direct energy weapons, mate. I think direct energy weapons are the new nukes.
Yeah, but I'm glad you said that, Q-Trax, because I think that they're putting this blue VW van out in the mainstream peasant sphere to make the conspiracy theorists look like fucking idiots, because they're all going to start shouting about DEWs and stuff. Yeah, it's bait, mate. It's bait. Full bait.
But can I just zoom in, Q-Trax? Why do you think the DEWs don't exist? Because you actually talk about energy.
They exist. Don't get me wrong. You can make one. You can make one with a microwave. But my issue is if the direct energy weapons are up there, how the fuck are they powering them?
I believe
a microwave uses 2 kilowatts, and that ain't really doing shit. It's not,
I believe they are using them from up there, but they just didn't use them on LA. I believe they used them in Maui.
Yeah,
I believe they used them in Maui.
Maui definitely looks sus.
I'm not saying they're from satellites or any of that shit.
LA, why do it when like a lighter would in a 100-mile-an-hour wind would have had the same effect?
Yeah, I agree.
No, I'm down with that. And
I think that's the reason.
Smart meters is definitely plausible too, for sure. It's possible. Plausible.
I think the Schwab meters is more plausible than somebody setting a lighter to it, because if you look at the trees and everything, nothing seems to be burnt in between
I wouldn't
the
disagree
houses.
with that. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Between. It's all the houses. It
was so widespread. It's so like spread out. Like it wasn't just in one particular ball. It was spread out.
Spread out right along the lines of the smart railway plan. We lost Q-Trax.
No, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. I thought we just dropped the line. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's my 2 pence on that anyway.
All right, mate. Well, yeah, that's an interesting point. Maybe they couldn't power energy weapons this large and this devastating easily from planes and stuff. I'll take that on board for sure.
The kind of amount of power it would actually take is an incredible amount, and like batteries like weigh a lot. You know what I mean? So, like, how are they powering it? What, has he got a big fucking energy generator up there in the sky somewhere?
No, I think
that's my 2 pence on it.
I think the DEWs that did Maui and that have been used in a few other things in the past are just from airplanes, fitted out aircraft.
Yeah. Something that was, I could be wrong, but I thought the fires in Maui was a much smaller scale to what happened in California,
exactly.
right?
Oh, acre-wise, yeah. This fire was like 8 times later than the Great Fire of Chicago.
And the fact there was melting alloy metal and things like that in my view, it's completely different to what's going on in LA from what I've seen. Photograph-wise.
Interesting. Well, Q-Trax, cheers for calling in, mate, and we'll see you in
March.
March.
No worries, lads.
We'll see you at the weekend.
You're doing a great job. Like I say, you pay attention to it, so I don't have to.
Good to talk to you, man.
Someone's got to do it, mate. Take care. We'll see you at the weekend in March.
You will, mate. Peace.
Rise above,
take care, bro.
Generate. Rise above, extinguish fear.
I just need to quickly address Seema Dragon.
I'm just going to close the phone line for a moment because it's already 11:30 and we've still got like one more subject.
She said, "Lo, Andy, you said the C word 5 minutes ago when I answered the phone and said, please don't say the C or the V word. I think you're confusing which C word we're talking about. We're talking about the one, the Soviet Union."
Why? Did you say the CUNT?
Yeah, I've said it a couple of times on the show.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
I think I think you did say this other C word earlier on. Maybe you didn't even know.
No, I didn't.
You sure?
No.
I feel like you guys need like a color coded list on your wall of,
No, you
of
just
your
need,
different
no,
terms.
you just need to tune in.
Yeah,
just tune in.
We're actually, hey, that's a good reminder. We're on episode, what is this, 143? We made a promise to everyone.
150. We
that
need to.
every 50 episodes, we do a whole episode just updating the Ralphabet or the Ramish dictionary. So we're 7 episodes away from doing that. So it's not long. We've got. I think there's quite a lot of entrants to go in this time. Right. So just quickly, let's get these unexplained combustible events out of the way. Got some funny memes here. All right, team. It's almost fire season. I need some resilience. I need some resilience ideas. Control burns, working hydrants. How about making the firefighters gay? You'll get Employee of the Month. So what is this all about? Obviously, we've seen that the fire chief is a Crowley and LGBT activist. And this is the water chief who earns $750,000 a year. She stated, what attracted me most to the role was social equity. It's important for me that everything we do is with an equity lens and social justice and righting the wrongs that we've done in the past.
What did you say earlier, Michael, about social justice warriors and just chaos that follows?
Yeah. So, another aspect here. I didn't know about this. If anyone wants to fact check this to see if it's in fact accurate or not.
Kieran D is saying in the chat, or the Jew word, or the J word. I know we can say Jew. We can say Jew.
Yeah, it's actually quite acceptable.
It's
now,
trendy to be anti-Semitic.
It's
it's trendy.
Come on. Okay. So look at this. Imagine not being just slightly suspicious, but this is not a blue roof. I just thought I'd whack that in there. We've talked about DWs. Fire doesn't discriminate. There's literally, there's budgets going into the fire department, definitely in LA, to paint the fire engines gay.
Is this Hillary Clinton's house?
I don't know. Maybe instead of the taxpayer money dollars on painting the fire engines gay, you would spend it on fighting fires. Pretty much a good point. And another thing that's just happened, I think this is actually from today, also in California, in a place called Moss Landing. Not an EV, like Q-Trax brought up the subject of this catching on fire. In fact, an entire lithium-ion battery factory or a battery storage facility has gone up in flames. Let's have a look at that. Quite a tall fire from miles away. It's not like a load of things burning on the ground. It's like a fire that's hundreds of meters in the air.
There's just so much fire, Michael.
Imagine how hot that would be. Just
helix.
I wonder if this is also on the pathway of the Schwab trains that are coming for 2028. I bet it is. I bet that's going to be like a massive Schwab train station.
I think it's all just a big joke. You think about it. They're demonising fossil fuels because it's bad for the environment. Now lithium batteries, well, like it's a primary ingredient. Is lithium batteries in electric cars?
Pretty sure.
So like they're demonising fossil fuel cars. Now electric cars are going to be too bad for the environment. Right, fucking no cars. No cars. No one's having any cars. No one's having any type of cars.
Next we'll have hydrogen explosions.
Yeah. Water is now flammable, Michael.
The only safe way of travel is Schwabian maglev train.
That's it.
Okay, right. So let's go back to the Schwabers board to see how we're getting on with our agenda. It's obviously going to be a 4-hour show tonight. That's how it seems to roll the last couple of weeks.
Michael, I remember us saying back in the end of 2024, the reason we're going to be starting earlier and finishing earlier is because we're getting old now.
But now we're just starting
we're
earlier
just extending the show.
Yeah, we're just extending the show. But by the way, the normal time of Rise Above now is actually 8 to 11. You're getting a special tonight because we're feeling generous. It looks like we're going for another 20
Well,
minutes.
we weren't even supposed to be doing a show tonight, were we?
No,
But
you had 2 weeks
Joe was in
a
the
row.
area.
There is no show next week. Well, there is a show, but it's not live. It will be a specially selected schwabery of past shows, maybe some unseen bits as well.
But there will be plenty of Peasantron.
Yes, there'll be plenty of peasant. Oh shit, we've got loads of Peasantron.
And me and Michael could be working on our forbidden
Yeah,
presentation.
we will be back live in 2 weeks. But anyway, we're not finished yet. One last thing.
I just apologise for being a terrible influence.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Joe. You don't need to
we like
apologise. Sugar Mountain and Joe Rogan. Okay, this is something which we've spoke about on Peasantron recently, and also, Sugar Mountain, or AKA Commander Data. Yeah, do you remember this guy from Star Trek?
I mentioned it on Wednesday, didn't I?
Yeah. So I thought I'd put a little picture. So
I confused him with Spock because they're both like fucking weirdos.
So let me just get another drink. What is all this about? What's happened with Zuckerberg? In case anyone didn't watch last week,
I'll lay it out. So Zuckerberg spewed out on his social media, the king of Meta and all things VR. He spewed out that they fucked up with all the censorship, and they fucked up telling everyone what they can and cannot say on the internet. He whined and bitched and said it was the Biden administration. They rung up Meta and started shouting at them down the phone, so they all cried, being bitches. Then he started doing a bit of jiu-jitsu and a bit of Muay Thai. Started thinking he was all hard, grew his hair out. The CIA slapped a chain on him, told him to act less Jewish and less Bolshevik. Now he's on Joe Rogan and wanting everyone to think he's cool as fuck. That's in a nutshell what is going on with Zuckerfuck.
Yeah,
and now he's everyone's friend.
And I think it is also, I can link it with what I've been talking about tonight, how what's acceptable to say and talk about with regards to stats about what's going on in certain subjects. Something has now changed in the last couple of weeks.
You can now say that the Bolsheviks are in charge and the Jews are trying to take over the world.
Can you say that now?
You can say that, I think.
In professional wrestling, like, they break the students in when they first come in by like just being a little bit rough with them in holds and stuff, so they're like, this is not for pussies, kid, kind of thing.
This is not for pussies.
And I wonder, if the correlation of Mark Zuckerberg becoming more right wing is direct with his.
He hasn't gone right wing. He's gone far left to far right.
You know what I mean. But I wonder if there's some correlation with his MMA training and basically.
There is.
Him going in like, it's all cool. We can all have different opinions and be friends. And those guys have just like stretched him out.
The more you do any kind of physical martial arts, combat sports, the more conservative you will become naturally, because you just can't be fucked with this liberal bullshit. Because you can kill people.
We covered this last week. He's taken Dana White on to be an advisor at
which
Meta.
is a massive dark occult. Actually, I will retract what I said about Dana White. Actually, I had to think about this. So the dark occult aspects of the UFC are massive. I forget the name of the two brothers, wealthy brothers, which put a load of money into the UFC. I think it was in the late 80s to make it become big. And Dana White, he was always the owner, but I think maybe what happened to Dana White was these two dark occult brothers came in, probably Jewish, and Gay said, "Look, you can have the money, but we're black, we're cubizing it, making it all black cube orientated. They're fighting an octagon, which is a double cube. Cube within itself is infinite." And everyone's just murdering themselves, giving each other brain damage, and people love it, cheer it on, earns loads of money.
But again, it's a degradation of society.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And now Dana White's on the board of Meta. You can trust Zuckerberg.
Fucking Nelly had a song where he had a line about Dana White doing a line of cocaine next to Dana White, and now Dana White is hanging out with the fucking president of the United States.
It's more dangerous than you think. If you want to, let's look under the surface a little bit. It's more dangerous than people think initially. I know we're having a laugh and joke about it, but let's look at it. Mark Zuckerberg, the king of social media and VR. He's got loads of VR shit. He's a tech lord,
the metaverse,
proper nerd. Wants everyone to live in the metaverse. At the same time, you've got Elon Musk stepping in with his Neuralink. Yeah, swinging his dick around with Donald Trump.
And he's
everyone
calling out
loves him.
pedo gangs
and
as
now,
well.
Now you've got fucking the king of VR with all the money in the world, with the king of Neuralink, microchip, with all the money in the world, schwabbing themselves together in one far-right political movement.
The pendulum,
It's
the peasant
like, come
pendulum
on.
has officially swung
Come
directly
on.
from the far left, and it's gone to the far right, according to mainstream. But here's the thing: the UK is still one, like we were talking about earlier.
We're 4 years behind on
we're
the
one
Olympiad
cycle.
cycle.
We're one
Michael.
cycle behind.
It's
all of
easier to
this.
manage for the dark occult social engineers if they haven't got to manage America and the UK. And
But
France
that
and
means for the next 4 years, we're going to get it harder because we're going to have all of this stuff put in the mainstream media while we're simultaneously living in a country that's got queer Stalin in charge, doing all the things that they're warning about. Mass immigration, hiding pedo gangs, but also talking about let's bring in AI Schwabery too. So it's just a massive double clusterfuck.
So what's going to happen, Michael, if you look at what happened in the US, they had it shit with Biden for 4 years. That went to a certain extremity, yeah? Now they're getting a break. They got Trump. It's all going to be good for 4 years with them. But the same level of extremity, tech-wise, is still there, yeah? You still have to, when you fly, you still have to go for your X-ray, do your bags, all that kind of shit.
More.
Like, more. And in the UK now, we're going to have the same as what the US did. So we're going to match their level of extremity, what the Biden administration did, and we're going to go a little bit further.
Because we're going to have it where we've got the juxtaposition, at least when Biden was in power doing the Biden stuff to America like Stalin is about to do to us. The mainstream consensus was that was the right thing to do,
Yeah.
and this
Yeah,
was
yeah.
the far right.
That's it,
But
that's
now the mainstream
It's flipped,
consensus
it's
is going to
flipped.
be what they call far right, of course, while we're still having it done to us. So yeah, it's double.
But the
crazy.
thing is, when the UK matches the US's extremities from the Biden
That's when
administration
the next
and goes
level,
a little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
further, right, and that's then going to be the norm set in place for the UK at that level, and then we're going to get eased off. In my opinion, Nigel Farage is going to start swinging his dick around. And then the US, I don't know, maybe JD Vance, if Trump gets assassinated, will go full far right and use the basest level of what they've done to give everyone everything good in the US after the Biden administration, and then add on the Enki AI.
Because that's the overplan.
And that's going to be their bit where they go
That's
into a
the
4
re-
year
that's the re-
period.
that's the
Do you know
reason-
what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you remember when Barack Obama was like to Donald Trump, there was like that iconic moment where he was like, "I'm something you'll never be, President of the United States."
Yeah,
we
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of feel like we're going through that with Keir Starmer,
It's gonna
Nigel
happen,
Farage.
mate. It's gonna
Keir
happen, mate.
Starmer's like, "I'm bad, but I'm not as bad as this
gonna
guy,"
happen.
and yet everyone's actually going, "Well, actually, I kind of feel more aligned with Farage, even though that's a dirty thing to say, than I do with this fucking pedo enabler."
And
like,
there's
you know?
two things that are going on. There's two things that are going on. A, is easier to manage for the social engineers if they haven't got it going on all at once globally, right? They haven't got to do it all at once. They can juggle 4 years for the Americas with Canada, and 4 years for Europe, England and Europe, and then flip it around. But as well, at the same time, if you did it all on a global scale, all at the same time, it'd be so easy to see. It'd be way more easy to see for the general peasant who isn't averse to the dark occult social engineer tactics. That's why they're doing it like this.
It's the way it works. The right hand and the left hand of the puppet master work in unison to bring in the third solution and complete the triad. In this cycle, the third solution is what Enki Musk and Peter Thiel are doing behind the left and the right.
Same backside.
So as well, I will note that for the setup of Nigel Farage, he has been invited with the Reform Party to Trump's inauguration, whereas Keir Starmer and the Labour Party have not.
Yeah,
they have not been invited. Therefore, I think I'm not politics, but they're setting up Farage to come up next.
Andy, I'm calling it.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is going to unfollow Keir Starmer on X, and it's going to be a
100%.
new story.
He
it's
rang
going to be a new story.
after he got in and was elected. When he was president-elect, like the first or second day, he rang Keir Starmer and told him he was too far left. That was all over X. He told him he thought he was too far left. Too left wing, sorry, not far left.
Right. Let's crack on. We've only got 13 minutes left.
Sorry.
Right, no, it's fine. So some more good memes here. Baby, I've changed. I did Rogan. I'm based now. like Sugar Mountain now has like a gold chain and he's got curly fuckboy hair. We were talking about this on.
He's got a bit of colour in him.
Censored and deleted Facebook accounts are basically taking the role of an abused woman in this meme.
I thought he just John Jones his girlfriend.
So, what?
Sorry, is that an inappropriate thing to say?
Oh my god! Yeah, wow. Right, what else have we got here? So I can't believe some of this is actually being reported. Zuckerberg orders removal of tampons from men's bathrooms at Meta. Amazing. Come on! And this is an absolute classic. Zuckerberg tells Joe Rogan that the Facebook fact-checking program went out of control. It's like something out of 1984. You don't say. This is dark enlightenment all over. They're literally admitting to us that the last 4 years has been like 1984 since the Soviet Union. Who would have thought it? Who could have predicted? The
evolution of Zuckerberg.
This is great. I really love Clown World sometimes. I'm not going to lie, guys.
What a clown.
What's Melvin P saying here? Get your bets on Farage 2028, but there is another in the wings. Matt ? Oh yeah. Also, we should mention that Andrew Tate is apparently running. He's got the Bruv Party.
That's going to be the same as like the Tiger King running for president. Come on.
I will never financially recover from this.
Come on.
Andrew Salmon says this is so scripted what we're living through. I agree. This is a script.
Andrew Tate's another one. Like, I love. He just says everything anyone like on the truther community wants to hear. Like, come on, guys, fucking hell. But I enjoy it. I enjoy listening to what he's got to say. Same as you should. Just know that he's not your friend.
I thought this was great. It's like Zuckerberg walking out of the gym, the Facebook gym. We need more masculine energy.
He's still got that like lizard face though, the hairline.
He still looks like a non-human entity.
He's a Tesla robot.
He is.
I just love the idea of him walking into the Facebook office like Z, Z, he, she, they, them, out.
Z, zer.
No longer in this company.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like everything can just change overnight. Like they've just flicked a switch and it's just gone. Well, in the case of Zuckerberg, it's just gone from one extreme to the other.
That's what I'm saying, mate. But it's easy to see.
And again, this is going to fuel the fire for people that are saying, yeah, this is because Trump.
Oh,
you
fuck
know,
off.
Trump's making this happen. He's not even coming to.
Trump kisses
he's not
the
even
wall.
been inaugurated yet.
Trump kisses the wall. 97% of his cabinet is Jewish. Zuckerberg's a Jew. Come on, guys, get with the program. Get with the Talmud.
Okay.
I just don't think
this will be our last call of the evening.
it.
Welcome to Rise Above. Who's on the line?
Oh, hello, it's Andrew.
All right, Andrew, have you called in before? Is this your first time, mate?
No, I called in before, mate. Yeah, I was the last caller on the last calling.
Oh, right,
and I sent Andy PG down the rabbit hole, I think.
Yes, you did. Yes, I remember it well.
Welcome back, Andrew. You know the score,
Hello,
what you can and can't say.
I know, yeah. Yeah, like it's
You
so
can't say
scripted.
the C or the V word, but you can say cunt.
Oh,
So
that's my favourite word.
So you're saying it's scripted, Andrew? You think this is a script?
Absolutely, isn't it? It's so obvious now. Especially the Trump character, the Messiah. He's so scripted, man. And, you know, we're all on this. He's going to get fake assassinated, but, you know, he will be taken out of the scene, I reckon. So? I think so.
A lot of people are saying this.
He'll go to David Bowie Island or whatever.
I think he'll go to the underworld.
Well, yeah. You know.
Land beyond Antarctica.
The consensus is with a lot of people is what is the one thing that could cause civil unrest even more than Trump being president? It's Trump being president and then he gets assassinated or taken out.
And obviously you've had all the, you know, the staged ones beforehand that have gone on.
Yep.
The mock shootouts.
The QAnons would be unbearable because you'd never be able to prove that you couldn't trust the process.
The thing is,
he would be martyred.
They just ruined it.
It would be like the Messiah. He would be like he would become the Jesus for all those people because he'd literally died on the cross to save everyone from clown world.
And you'd never be able to 100% disprove it to them.
No, you would never. People would be arguing about that for hundreds
He's already
of years.
been awarded the Talmudic crown.
It was the Torah crown.
I'm saying the Talmudic crown.
He's kissed the wall.
He licks the wall. He licks the wall, mate.
I think I speak for all survivors when I say we feel that like so at ease when Donald Trump is back in the White House. Yeah, it's just so wonderful.
It's so obvious, isn't it? And then you got Musk, like Mr. Fake Space.
Yep. Mr. Solar Brain Chipper into your head, Mr. AI, Mr. Transhumanism.
It's so obvious. They're just making it so obvious, well, to us. But, the right-wingers are loving this, aren't they? Oh, free speech is back. Yeah. Even Zucker's on side. Zuckerberg. You know what I mean? It's just so obvious.
There's the meme going around online saying, man who swore he wasn't lying about taking your free speech away now says you can speak freely.
Exactly.
Right, we're just listing out things that another one is like people like Joe Rogan openly coming out for Trump. Because before Joe Rogan, and we said on Patreon the other night, we're going into this, whatever you think he is one of the most influential people
Joe Rogan's
the mainstream media.
Baptized.
This is the alternative media taking over from the mainstream media because no one's watching that. It's so obvious.
That's it.
There was a great meme of Rogan where the meme had, he's talking about, the moon landings were probably fake. And then there's the next bit on the meme is loads of cash. And then no, they couldn't fake that. You know what I mean?
Wait. The moon landings are fake, but I'm going to go to Mars for real.
Yeah. That's where they film the stuff from Mars anyway, isn't it? Greenland. Have you seen that?
Allegedly.
I've heard Greenland and a place in Arizona as well, which is apparently the Mars or the moon.
Do you think that? So, do you think that part of the plan might be for them to build these icons like Joe Rogan, like Elon Musk, so that eventually, when they do these missions to Mars and back to the moon for pleasure purposes, that people can take trips on them, that people like Joe Rogan will go, see, I did it, it just is, and everyone will go, okay, and accept it.
Absolutely. There's apparently was a program called Space Cadets, like a TV reality program, and they actually thought they was going to space or they was going somewhere.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Right, and some of them were in on it, they were actors, but there was just normal people in with them, and they put them in these situations and that, and they actually thought they'd been somewhere, so it can be simulated.
Yeah, it was all simulated. That's right. And It's we covered this when we were talking about the Indian moon landing. A couple
land on the moon.
What would they call it? Mutton. There's some great memes about the Indian moon landing as well. Yeah. We showed the
mutton moon.
Mutton moon. That was it. Curry mutton moon. And they had the hilarious graphics that were really poor quality.
Space Invaders, man.
It was like Space Invaders graphics, and it showed the picture of all the people in the control room that just looked like a cheaper version of NASA, and they're all looking at the screen with the same graphics that we were seeing on TV with their headphones on, just like this. And then they were told on the screen that happened. They all stand up and cheering, and they were talking to each other on the phone and stuff. And I was like, there is nothing still here to show that although every single one of those people can be tricked, they're just looking at a fucking telemetrics on the screen.
Yeah, like the people at the Space Centre. They actually think that what's happening is happening.
Yeah.
I've been to Kennedy Space Centre when I was a little boy.
I have as well.
It's very impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Where do you think the rockets go then, guys?
Into the sea. I think they're going to the sea.
Yeah, into the sea, into the Bermuda Triangle.
I think the reason they picked Joe Rogan as a spokesperson is he's very articulate. He's got a lot
Yeah.
of charisma. He's well liked. He's not offensive, really.
He's the
to
antithesis.
the majority.
He's the antithesis of that trustworthy
And
guy.
the reason they picked him primarily was because he was into UFOs and into aliens. He was into it. And then because he always promotes, he still goes with the heliocentric model of the universal solar system, the Neil deGrasse Tyson fucking suck a dick, sun goes around the moon, all that, sun goes around the earth, all that shit. He always promotes that. And he knows about. Are you aware of Jason Arquette's work?
Yes, mate.
He is fully aware. Joe Rogan is fully aware of Jason Bashir's because Eddie Bravo follows.
He must be.
Eddie Bravo follows Arquette.
Yeah,
right, and he is aware of him. And
he
you
won't have
can't
him on
tell
there.
me that those two.
No way he'll have him on the Rogan show.
Have
No
a
way.
couple of joints together and watch shit like that together. He knows about that shit, but he can't talk about it.
No, Jason's far too real. He wouldn't go on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan wouldn't have him.
No
on.
way, because you got them other dudes, and I can't think the name off the top of my head, but they're like the mainstream ones
All
now.
of them, Graham Hancock, Billy Carson.
That's it. He has them on all
Neil
the time,
deGrasse
but he would
Tyson,
never have
all these
Arquette.
fucktards.
The thing is, Rogan will even have on the mainstream simulationists. I can't really name any of them. I mean, there's that one, Dr. Brian, who used to be part of D-Ream in the UK.
Brian Cox.
Brian Cox.
Cox.
He talks about simulation. I mean, he's a complete gimp.
Wasn't that one of the first big clips that came off of the Elon Musk and Joe Rogan, the original podcast that they did, where Elon Musk was like, it's more probable that we're living in a matrix than it is on a flat or round
Enki
Earth.
Musk subscribes to simulation
right.
theory. He allegedly,
Yeah.
he puts that out in the public,
Yeah.
which I think is very relevant.
All those high-level sort of like transhumanist ancient tech lords like Enki Musk, Kurzweil, even people like, even the people that are interviewing them, it's like the general consensus that, well, yeah, it's sort of like mathematically provable that this is a construct. So it's very interesting that those guys are talking about it in sort of a controlled way. But then you have people like Jason, who they wouldn't touch with a barge pole, because he's actually going into sort of like granular detail about calendrics and all of these things that can prove that it's happening without doing the abstract string theory.
We've got a critical comment here.
Go on.
I've hit it up. Let's read it out. Dave Tomo.
Dave Tomo. Anyway, I am out of here. I am totally flat Earth and fake moon landing and frequency mind control, but you guys aren't quite there yet. I'm 62 and been on this path before the faker David Icke. Well, we haven't mentioned David Icke, and he doesn't really talk about flat Earth.
I think the moon landing's full of shit, and I don't think we live on a sphere. So
I'm a bit confused by that comment. 'Cause
me too.
We're sort of like, we're trying to, we're taking that on board, but we're trying to go a little bit deeper. If there's something we're missing, Dave, be a little bit more specific, please.
I think we've openly talked about Matrix and flat Earth conspiracies as well.
Yeah, and the fact that space is fake. I think that I've said it before. I think the flat Earth phenomenon is a symptom of observable reality, but it's because we've been lied to about what it is and how it moves, and from all of our perceivable things, all of those calculations they gave us about the curvature, and you can't see it
doesn't work, man.
None of it works.
But it looks fucking flat. From what we can see as peasants,
but when people say flat Earth is a psyop, I can also see what they're saying, because the way that a lot of people carelessly talk about it and frame it, it's almost like they can prove that there's a model of flat Earth, and we can say it's like this. Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows.
It's steeped in distrust, isn't it?
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
Obviously,
we can't.
Obviously, the flat Earth model is based on the biblical one. With the firmament and all that, and so you can't really trust that either.
And the waters above. And the other thing is, if you zoom into a star with a very high-powered camera, it does look like a light flickering on the other side of some water. It does look like
it looks like a jellyfish type thing,
and it does look like something in water.
Auntie Koviet's tuned in, and she's obviously interjected with a very salient points. That no, it's not flat, it's not round. We live in a crater. #GodVag.
Yeah, but hang on. Because Godvaj said in one of his very early videos, he says, I'm sorry, flat earthers, but it looks like the outer earth may be round.
So it could be so complicated that we live in a realm that is observably flat because we're inside a crater,
But the greater Earth, which the crater is in, and many other craters, is actually spherical.
Wow.
And that's what Jason Arquette is about, being a simulation. Both can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
Also on
That's
Patreon.
the thing. I mean,
Go on.
like I said, we're living through what to me it just looks so scripted. Right, the Donald Trump thing is just ridiculous now, isn't it? And of course, but then the Christians are being completely psyoped as well. This is scripture we're living through. You've got that going on at the same time, haven't you?
Yes. The really old historical psyop where little hat ancient scribes wrote down things like hundreds or thousands of years ago, and now their descendants are literally making it happen. Or maybe it's just happening as part of the
they're acting it out, aren't they? If the whole world's a stage, that's what they're acting out.
Exactly that. That's
and
it.
if they know
100%.
that there's the next reset coming in May 2040,
and
15th or 16th, depending on which time zone you're in, then they're acting out the breaking of the 7 seals prior to that, in conjunction with the timeline, so that the 7th seal is the Phoenix phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then what emerges from that in their biblical term after that is the Antichrist. So good luck with that.
Yeah. All right, boys. Nice one.
Nice positive message to leave you all on this evening.
Oh yeah, shit. Look, we've gone past midnight. Andy, thank you very much for calling in, mate.
No worries, man. Take it easy.
Man.
See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Rise above.
Rise above, man.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Right, we've hit the midnight hour. We are going to wrap it up.
People are still arguing in the comments about the shape of the realm.
Oh, they people always do. People even stop watching the show because we won't say.
I know, mate. I know.
This is what I was saying though. It's not an easy question. That's why it's steeped in distrust, because you can't just answer. Do you think the Earth?
What do you
is
think,
round?
Jay? What do you think?
Well, I'm in the same camp as Lars. I don't know. I don't think any of us truly know. I think until you go. And
Sorry, the phone lines are closed. The show's over. We're trying to wrap up. You've got to wait for the next customer services.
I know what I think, which is I lean more towards Matrix and stuff. But yeah, I think it's personal opinion. I really do. And like I said, I don't think it's an easy question. I think you have to answer: do you trust the people that are telling you the information? Do you trust the history?
Mate, you're starting to sound like a bit of a politician here with your answer. Like when I just asked you if you think it's flat around, mate.
Yeah, you have to choose one, or you've got to leave right now. Right, Joe, I want to say thank you very much for joining us again tonight. It's always a pleasure. It's great to have you in the studio. And obviously you're welcome back anytime, mate.
Thank you. And honestly, guys, I really appreciate it, and I have so much fun.
It's great to have you here,
time
man.
I'm here.
Right, just before we go, I need to remind you guys, we have got a recorded show next week. And the week after that, the last of the month, January 31st, Friday night, we've got pirate radio sessions with Magic's Gritty, myself, Andy PG. And we will be announcing the winner of the competition to win the Rise Above hard drive with the certificate of authenticity, over a terabyte of everything we've ever produced. Lives, videos, memes, music videos, exposés, documentaries, vlogs. Every video we've ever made is recorded on this drive. And
Michael is inside the hard drive.
To win this hard drive, you need to be in it to win it. You have to subscribe to our Patreon. You've got 2 weeks. But there's a great prize when you subscribe to Patreon as well, because you get all the content that we can't put on here. Anything else I've missed? I think that's about it. Shall we wrap it up there?
Yeah, man. Just subscribe to Patreon and hear us talk about satanic Jews.
And yeah, there will be plenty of videos in the next 2 weeks while we're not broadcasting live. You need to get on Patreon. So sub to Patreon and getting a chance to win the hard drive. Right, everyone, I want to thank you all for joining us. I am going to put a couple of tunes on while you guys finish arguing about the shape of the realm. All right, let's just play out with a video. I think I will put on something. God, where have all the videos gone? Put this.
With bars tighter than the strings on a banjo. I'm coming from all types of angles. I walk the type of streets that no other man goes. I'm a spider web tightrope, you're bound to get tangled. Cause attention like car alarms at midnight. I silhouettes of the shadow in the street light. Rob, steal a shot as long as I eat right. Another hustler, born up in the street fight. Before I could walk, I had to learn how to be wise. Detect lies in your voice, how to read eyes. Tear off the mask and bamboozle the disguise. Distinguish a good from a bad guy. Fat lines, needles and crack pipes. Snakes in the grass, crocodiles and jackpot. Jackknives, police dogs, sirens and flashlights. With a blink of an eye, your life flash by.
Follow me to where they're dead, walk converting ghosts inside bloodstained walls. Take the tour, boom, biddy, bye-bye. Through my parables, I give them life. The written spells, they're trapped behind. Only olden battle minds begin to write. A little flicker of that candlelight and words begin to form. You know a transmitter shuts down as fear starts to swarm. All you hear is your one heartbeat. 12 ghosts left by the time the first one's ended. You gon' wish you didn't start me. This for those with them hard speech flows. The first shows, first ghosts, run up on them and man stood froze. Snap what you flow, crack that rapping out. That shit's jokes, attack your soul like that jackal scratch. Detached domes, I'm in a catch-22. I don't know who to slew next. To slew the ones who jump on movements, tear apart a few friends. A gun for them who keep spitting when you know that it's lies. Fuck it, two ghosts out, kill them both for one side.
Experts say the poverty line is 60% of average income, adjusted for household size. That amounts to £189 a week for a single parent with one child, £217 for a couple with no children, and £332 a week for a couple with 2 children. Income on or below that means the household is said to be living in poverty.
Is it that I'm getting old, or is life getting cold? The prices get high, yet the wages stay low. I see it with my eyes that there's lies being told. When they said that the UK streets were paved with gold. It's life out on road, on our faces it shows. There's youths killing youths for the love of the dough. It goes over our heads just like an afro. In the sun, in the sleet, in the rain or in the snow. It's jail, with no bail, checkmate or is it stale? When it thunders, then it hails. Are we destined to fail? The system, the core, never had a second thought. Trial, retribution, probation report. In a sweat box, you're cuffed, then you're locked. The hard, the core, the journey through your thoughts. Your grimace, it smells, the landings of hell. They call it payback, the youths call it jail.
Got them shivers up my back and it feels like impending doom. If you're an illa cat, you'll feel the presence in the room. Laws of attraction, void of compassion. The street is full of traps, so your outlook is full of gloom. The mechanics of this masochism, techno-fascism, beating drums on my chest to scratch a rhythm. You're created like infants in this massive prison. While your force is suppressed, I'm dropping classic wisdom. Welcome to the world of the flatliners. Vacant face fiends on the streets, they're scrapping over smack prices. This is the world of the no-hopers. Drug addled crack smokers, kids on the streets that's got no focus. Spread like locusts in this landscape of pestilence. Nothing they could show us would ever curb the decadence.
Jamaica,
My attackers are massive, it's got the power that snap. When I clap and I clap, because you know it's a rap. So you never can snare us, you know it's a trap. It's like a lyrical trap, when we're running on traps. With the hammer of the guns, gonna smash it at 4. Gonna smash it and grab it, always looking for more. Drop them like a bad habit, we're gonna hurt when we're bored. for the crowd, so you know that it's raw. It's a lyrical miracle with a lyrical spill. Always keep it original like inventing the wheel. So you know that it's typical and we got the appeal. With a barrage of work, they get your lyrical shield. Got the keys to the city, that means we got to unlock. Like a Taliban soldier, we're blowing up spots. If your head is a target, then we're licking it off. OCD is the hardest with the lyrical shot.
I'm coming with the rudeness, I proved it, I'm ruthless. Twist up your mind and work it out like a Rubik's. I do this, doing it for time I pursue this. So stick up on the beat, verbally I spew this. Rudeness, intelligence, not rudeness. So stick on the beat with that smooth shit. OCD movement, ain't no room for no losers. Four torn warriors covered in bruises. A single arrow cuts through four nooses. Don't confuse this with a scene from the movies. We stand firm that you'll never ever move. We penetrate deeper than the roots of an oak tree. OCD is enough to make you OD. Throw your hands in the air like you fucking know me.
Soldiers and road used to ones rolling. If you're an older or old group, if you're holding, put a very spliff in the air. If you're sick of any prick, then tell a prick while he's there. Watch us lift it. Man and got spirits in the flesh. Mandolin guitars calm it to harmonise death. Heaven's chanting. While the snakes charmed by the dead, the flow mantras. The holy Dalai Lama can bless his bananas. But I'm classed as nanas and nuts, so I clash with anybody twisting arms on my bruv. That's my brothers. Governments harm what I love, son. I'm loving for this government. The armor's built up, I react. Take stand and defend what I'm building. It's a fact. Kill a man and defend what we're building. So relax. Take a second for more. Progress to anything you want, attend to your force.
Let me bust this verbal soliloquy. You better trust it's the hottest shit from OCD. Original cipher, deliver us and back to the crowd. Any hype that they given us. I spit the high grade farm by the Mujahideen. First we surveyed, then we chose to flood the scene. Surrounded by the filth, now it's squeaky clean. Being left on the shelf was never the dream. Watch us propagate the next breed of higher strains. And it'll always escape into dire straits. That's how the plot plays. When you're reaching higher planes, forget the block days when you see the fire blaze. Flows are individual, never indivisible. Always been the case since back in the day. Been lyrical since DJ first scratched the play. Now it's typical, the sound boys are backing away.
Jamaica, 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 Jamaica. Moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. And baby, we're moving slow. Whoa. We're moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. And baby, we're moving slow. Whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So gently I grab the mic with my green fingers. Exhale words mixed with smoke as stench lingers. Telling you stories of the past and the present and the future. In the hope you might lose the. Wait for a second, relate for a second. I'm feeling great for a second. Listen to the zilla, you're bound to feel free. Tune into our frequency. Cause we're never gonna stop till we're great and we're old. Trying to perfect our crops to make gold. Moving slow is the only thing I know. Sometimes I think I might have paralyzed my soul, lost control. But my words still overflow. Still I keep it banging like a pyrotechnic show. So yo, we're heavy like tons of snow. Like I told you before, I like to keep it slow. Moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. And baby, we're moving slow. We're moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. And baby, we're moving slow. Yeah, yeah.
I see man rushing and they're telling me to speed up. I'm sitting back, chilling out with my feet up. But when we meet up, it all comes together. From parables to right now, through to bad weather, tough as leather. That's how the zilla's going on. We get it iller when we spit it on the slowest song. Ain't nothing wrong, it's natural progression. Got to take our time when it's studio sessions, learning lessons. Cause it's a marathon, it's not a race. We get it on, but we slow it down inside the place. See the crowd, they're just waiting to the stage show. Didn't catch what I'm saying, better flip the page, bro. It's my say-so, because I said it. I'll slow it down so you're never gonna forget it. But it's no drama, it's just cool and relaxed. You don't have to spit lava as a rule on your tracks.
Moving slow, moving slow. And baby, we're moving slow. We're moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. And baby, we're moving slow.
Yeah. As we turn the next page in this Godzilla saga, taking it slow, there's no time for drama. Natural progression of the Godzilla fan with another on board, bringing power to the clan.
the love movement. Music the key to life, there's no stopping it. I love life when I've got hip-hop in it. We are the chain of hip-hop connection, the next link in this chain of perfection. To maintain our music selection, the work rate is more than reflecting. I take it slow, take another toke, sit back, relax, write a next flow, make another track like just how we roll. Chill out on the track, moving it slow. Moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. I'm laying moving slow. We're moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. I'm laying moving slow.
Keep my eyes sharp on the pinnacle, I see in slow motion. Just swallow 10 red pills and now reality's been broken. Break any nick my code, cause I'm the one, I'm the chosen. Rap my rhymes and one who knows in time and space starts to open. Through wise guys' eyes I realize their demise, that they went for the plan, they were just hooks in the skies. That's where you stepped up with that Godzilla fan. I walked with open arms and I spit fire with the clan to rush my life. Like my flows are roll easy, with the illest fucking lyrics make it dark, cold and breezy. You can't see me in the shadows like a phobia. There's no one for the backup, I'm the only one alone with you. As hair start to raise on the back of your neck, I approach from the front, put one the palm to your chest. Mastered the 7 styles of the word digest. I'm an abbot of a speed that you just can't test.
Moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. I'm laying moving slow. We're moving slow, moving slow, moving slow. I'm laying moving slow. Yeah.
The world is a wonderful place with lots of things to see and lots of things to touch and lots of things to smell and lots of things to taste. But there are some things that can make you sick, called poison.
Oh my, not a full-on danger alert, but there does appear to be an alarming increase in children mistaking medicine for candy.
Poison. 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 Poison.
Poison dark, straight to the heart, mate. Now a sound boy won't partake. It's not a game, in no arcade. I shoot like a cupid, I'm causing them heartache. Cry me a river, like your last day. I was a sinner, but that's in the past, mate. We don't talk no more. What's going on now? You never wanna parlay. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No one mentioned, no one named. And I move on the track like a high-speed train that is never derailed by leaf nor rain. Relentless on a long campaign. Darts of fire with a pinpoint aim. My METHOD of delivery to bring you the pain.
Poison darts, straight to the heart, and this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oh, my beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the end to the start. Poison darts, straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. And above so below, the first shall be last. Poison. 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 Poison.
Darts might tear through armored plates. Accelerator alarming race. And wipe a smile off a charming face. Then stop the war by disarming states. Like whoa. Who broke the ceasefire? Grab the mic lead and choke the town crier. No matter what transpire, I slice through beef just like cheese wire. Rain on them with a heavy artillery. Painstaking wordplay, sick as delivery. Leaving them seeking a seizure. Bulging veins, bust up capillaries. Enter the bloodstream intravenously. Rhyme schemes invade you seamlessly. No vaccine, conveniently. Fatalities are occurring frequently.
Poison darts, straight to the heart. And this rhythm's gonna tear them apart. Oh, my beats has mastered the craft. Take it back from the end to the start. Poison darts, straight to the heart. This rhythm's gonna tear them apart. No one escapes the force of the blast. And above so below, the first shall be last.
Poisonous, new forms more lethal. Evil spawn infects more people.
from a GP's pen. Chosen verse from the DSM to target women, children, and men. So there's a remedy for defense. The reality gets much worse. Sick minds no less than perverse. They pay in the vaccine to fatten the purse. 6 months before the outbreak's rehearsed. Think about it. Let's make things clear. Inside the mind's the final frontier. Our demise has been engineered, so seek the truth or succumb to the fear. Poison darts, straight to the heart. And it's written to tear them apart. Homer beats has mastered the craft. Take